وفيهم برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. أما بعد، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Welcome to you all on this beautiful morning where we are going to spend time studying the most blessed and sacred of all types of knowledge, the knowledge of revelation, the knowledge of the Qur'an. And we have with us our esteemed teacher and guest, Dr. Muzaffar Iqbal. And I will just share with you all a little bit about our teacher today so that we can appreciate his scholarship and his work. And inshallah, this will open our hearts to the knowledge that we are about to receive, inshallah ta'ala, and to internalize. Dr. Muzaffar Iqbal is the president of the Center for Islamic Sciences, established in the year 2000 as Center for Islam and Science, and was renamed in 2013. Over the past 30 years, his research and publications have focused on three broad areas within the framework of Muslim encounter with modernity. Number one, the impact of this encounter on Muslims' self-understanding of their spiritual and intellectual traditions. Number two, the relationship between Islam and science and the role of modern science and technology in the reshaping of the spiritual, intellectual, and social landscape of the Muslim world. And number three, Quranic studies, including Western academic studies on the Quran. His books and articles have been translated into Persian, Bahasa Indonesia, Albanian, and Korean. He is the general editor of the integrated Encyclopedia of the Qur'an, which we'll learn more about today, inshallah ta'ala, which is a project that began in the year 2009 and is continuing up to this very day. It is a 7-volume English language reference work on the Qur'an, exclusively based on 14 centuries of Muslim scholarship. The first volume was published in 2013, and volume 2 is expected in February 2024, which inshallah we'll learn about. He is also the series editor of Islam and Science, Historic and Contemporary Perspectives, a 4-volume work that brings together the most important and influential articles on various aspects of the relationship between Islam and science from the beginning of the 20th century to the present. Between 2003 and 2017, he was the editor of Islam and Science, which was then renamed as Islamic Sciences in 2013, a journal that explores from Islamic perspectives religious and philosophical implications of data and theories originating in the physical, biological, and social sciences. He has held academic and research positions at the University of Saskatchewan from 1979 to 1984, University of Wisconsin-Madison from 1984 to 1985, and Montreal Neurological Institute, McGill University from 1986 to 1987. During the period from 1990 to 1996, he worked as Director Scientific Information, Organization of Islamic Conference Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation, COMSTEC. He was Director, Scientific Information, Pakistan Academy of Sciences during 1997 to 1998. In 1999, Dr. Iqbal became the Program Director for the Muslim World for the Science Religion Course Program of the Center for Theology and the Natural Sciences, CTNS, Berkeley, USA, a position he held until the end of the program in 2001. And inshallah ta'ala, we're going to spend time with our esteemed teacher and scholar and guest. And today we're going to be studying his seminar, which is titled Journeying Back to the Qur'an, Living Qur'an in the Prophetic Light. And there's a beautiful description relating the science of the Qur'an and the knowledge of the Qur'an and the connection that it has to the Prophet ﷺ's blessed heart and His light, and how in this time of great confusion and ignorance and darkness, we can connect to the prophetic light, which received the revelation of the Qur'an. So inshallah, without further ado, we will welcome our esteemed teacher to begin teaching us and taking us on this journey back to the Qur'an, living the Qur'an in the prophetic light. Jazakumullahu anna khairan.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulika al-Kareem. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Allahumma iftah lana abwaab rahmatik ya Kareem. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna min al-khasirin. Ya Allah, anta halimun kareemun azeemun tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anna ya Kareem. We really need to be thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who has opened this enormous opportunity for us to gather this morning, this beautiful morning, in one of the lighthouses. And I will speak more about the lighthouses that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has brought into existence in spite and despite of the state of the Ummah. This is really a place of shukr for us to, I misspelled Allentown in one of my correspondences, and Dr. Waqas pointed out, and that led me to actually look deeper into the history of this place where we are sitting and standing right now. And I was just filled with shukr that this place where 5 tribes of the original people who lived here were desecrated over the centuries, and this place was taken over by those who took over. And then suddenly, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings one of the lights of His lights to this place and says, come and start something on this land that once was, must have. I really believe that this continent must have had prophets of their own, because we know there is no place on earth where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not send the prophets. And the tradition which I have studied to some extent of the people who originally lived here has all the signs of prophetic knowledge, all the signs of knowledge that comes from beyond the human sphere. So I'm really, really filled with shukr to be here with you. And the second state is, of course, that of fakr, of being always with the empty bowl. We cannot fill ourselves with anything if we are already full. So I invite all of you, inshallah, and myself to travel a little bit back in time so that we can go back to the time when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did something that He had never done before, and He will never do that again. He sent the last of His messengers to a place that was not on the map. And He opened a door from His mercy for all of humanity until the end of time. Those 23 years during which this last of the messages of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was coming down, piece by piece, ayah by ayah, surah by surah, is really the time that we need to be in, not in this darkness. How do we go back? How do we open our hearts to that light? What was happening then? We are just blessed, really blessed, to have a tradition that has left nothing unsourced, and undocumented. There is no life of billions of people who have come and gone. There is no other life that is documented to this extent that we know what he did, alayhi salatu wasalam, when he went to bed, when he woke up, when he ate, when he talked. Every single thing is documented to the nth degree. We also have the journey of the Quran itself. As it came down over these 23 years, there were multiple journeys happening, and I wish and I hope by the end of today, inshallah, we become the travelers on the same road. First and the foremost is the journey of the Prophet ﷺ, upon whose blessed hearts this text is coming. This is an event for him. We have very little access to that personal journey because that was specific to him. Then we have the journey of those who were around him. First time in the human history, something is happening as if it was a live commentary by the Creator himself on what's going to happen. Can you imagine that if this was to happen to us? If we were to be conscious of every single thing we did, the words we spoke, the actions we took, we believe they are being recorded, but if we knew that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to comment on those, we are going to be taken to task if we did this. Like that consciousness of those who said, Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. That consciousness was the most dynamic force that transformed their hearts and their lives. This awareness that this is being recorded. We all believe that. We all believe we are being recorded, but to be viewed as if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is directly seeing it. And we have incidents, we have ayahs in the Quran. Inshallah, we'll go into some of those. So that's my first hope, that we enter, if we are already on the journey, we go deeper into it. If we haven't started, we start. And this is the journey of the heart. This is bringing the light of the Quran into our hearts in the light of the one who was sent as the last and the final of his messengers, alayhi salatu wassalam. Second, I really want to talk with you. I really want to have a conversation. I really want to know, where are we individually in our relationship with the book that we all believe to be the heart and soul of everything we do? Meaning, this is one of the most painful realities of our times, that out of every fourth person now living on this earth, out of everybody, every fourth person says, Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah, and they believe the Quran is the alpha and omega of their lives. But how many of us can actually open the book and start reading Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alif Lam Mim? How many? It's a shocking thing that we have only about 16% of all Muslims now living on earth who can actually open the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and start reading. 16%. Out of those 16%, only about 12% actually understand what they're doing. This linguistic disconnect with the source of our life, with the light, with everything that comes from it, is only one of the tragedies that we are in. The second tragedy is even more painful. And that has happened over the last 300 years in the remaking of the word, in which Muslims have no part. We haven't written a single line on this of this script. We make claims sometimes, but we haven't done a thing. The script which was written, which has come into existence through the Renaissance, and I have something to say about it later, inshallah, has put a lens on our minds, on our eyes, a lens that is totally disconnected from the revelation. How do we take this lens out and put a different lens? What are the steps to do that? And this has nothing to do with the linguistic disconnect. This is totally different. This remaking of the world in the image of man that started through the Renaissance. We are all living in that world. There is no place left on this planet where this particular worldview is not the main worldview. There is no education system left in the world where we are not taught the same thing. Fundamentally, it goes back to three things. Number one is the concept of God, of the Creator, if people have that concept anymore. Even those who have the concept, that concept have transformed. It's no more the Quranic concept. Number two, the concept of our own selves. Who are we? Insan. Who is Insan? Who is a human being? Number three, the cosmos in which we live. These three fundamental transformations that started to happen at the time of Renaissance in Europe spread over time to this age, which I call the age of science, and there is a reason for that. So reading Quran in the age of science, what does it mean for us who believe in the book? I'm not going to talk about those who do not believe in the book. That's a different topic. But we who are connected with the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are connected with the book at two distinct levels. One is the level of the heart, where it's just a light. It's just pure light. But because we have gone through education, we are not like the old woman of Nishapur, the proverbial old. I really love my old woman of Nishapur. I love Nishapur. I go there. I sit under the trees. This old woman of Nishapur, the metaphorical old woman of Nishapur, had that light in her. And this, I don't know if it's true or not, but when Imam Razi saw, she said, people told her that she has answered so many doubts, he has rationalized, and he said, why did you have so many doubts to start with? And Imam Razi said, I wish I was like her. Imam Razi, if you look at his tafsir, like this, 33 volumes, like this big, you cannot think of a question that he has not thought about. You cannot, let alone answers. It's like, it's just a gold mine. But at the end of his life, he wished to be like that old woman of Nishapur. So the old woman of Nishapur and my grandmother and your grandmother perhaps, people who were before the touch of this modern world, they had a light and their lens was just right. They may not have known the intricacies of the tafsir. They may not have known the vocabulary. They didn't need to. Because at that level, the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the ultimate purpose of the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as Imam Ghazali, inshallah, will go there, he said, the sir, the secret, the deepest secret of the Quran is that this is the invitation of the Creator, of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to all his creation. And he said that because this is an invitation, it's an invitation to go somewhere. And that ultimate end is the ma'ad where everyone has to go, whether they reject or accept the invitation. And he said, because this is an invitation to travel, you need to know the path. How are you going to travel without the knowing what the path is, what is required? So he said three fundamental themes are in the Quran. Number one, Tawheed, the one who is inviting, the definition of who is he who is inviting us. Number two, Risala, the path. He sends messengers to tell us what is the path, what are we supposed to do if we want to travel. And number three, he said, the consequences, the ultimate end, what happens at the end of the road. And we all believe and we know that there are only two places to go. at the end of the road. There are only two places. And we pray, we hope through this light that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent that we go to the right place, not to the left, right? So this light that is there in the heart of those who are not touched by this other lens that came along, it served the purpose, because she was not destroyed spiritually. We all have this disease. Like, we need to recognize that we are diseased spiritually because of the air we breathe, because of the education we receive, because everything that is around us. So those who were there at the time of revelation, if we could connect to that time and somehow shield ourselves and live in that time of prophecy, live in the light of the one who was sent with light, inshallah, this is the safest path. So please join as we travel and see how we can do that. So the question is where to begin. And the obvious answer is to know, where am I? Because when we are traveling, when we start a journey, we have to know, where am I right now? And we also know what kind of provisions do we have for the journey. How much time do I have to travel? What are the inner resources? So I'm going to begin with one aspect of the revelation of the Quran. I think I don't need to say this. If I could just stand. You could just keep moving. I can. Thank you. It's better to. So the question that we need to ask before we begin on this journey is a self-assessment in relation to the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And there is absolutely no problem in honestly, truly figuring out where we are, even if we cannot open the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's not a problem at all. What really is important is the journey and the intention with which we begin the journey. So if we cannot understand the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in its original, I'm going to go into some of the sources we have. Alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has opened so many other sources for us, although there is no substitute. And I cannot stand any of the translations which are there. There are 126 English translations of the Quran now. And you cannot just go to translations. That's not the way to approach the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because then we are reading the mind of the translator, not the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if I were to say anything about it, who am I to say anything? But if I were to spend the rest of my life in knowing one single word of the book itself, I'll do that instead of reading translations. Because the words in this book, every single letter in the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has multiple operational levels. If we just focus on one word, for the rest of our life, that's much better than. Of course, we need to know what we're reading and we can, supplement that. But the main thing is to go to the text itself. So if we could understand where are we standing right now before we begin the journey, that's number one. In terms of our linguistic abilities, but most of all in terms of our lens. Now, in order to know where the lens is, this is a beautiful qasida from one of the friends of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Time is two times. Lil ilmi ahlun walil ilmani tartibun walil alumi mahlihi tajarib. But the point, the part that is number 3, the couplet number 3, with dahru dahran mazmumun wa mumtahda wa nas isnan mamduhun wa maslubun. There are two times. Time is two times. And at this level, he's talking about mazmum and the one that is praiseworthy. But I am referring to is another kind of division of time. That is, one time is vertical time, and one time is serial time. And serial time is very easy to describe. We started here at a certain time, and this clock is ticking, and we have movement after movement after movement. Serial time happens serially, moment after moment. Vertical time is all time from the beginning of time to the end of time, and vertical time is always present. Serial time comes and goes. So we have present, past, and then we have future. Now, the approaches to the Quran require an understanding of two operational levels of the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. One is the serial time, meaning there was actually a day in this time on the calendar when one of the creations, the best of creation, was actually sitting in the cave where you may have visited. That cave in itself, if you go there, Yani, can you imagine? That cave is right on top of the mountain, right? Jabal Nur, you must have gone there. Many of us have gone there. How would it point towards Qibla? How would there be this little triangle from which always cold breeze comes? Always. How would it be that you can only one person can stand facing the Qibla and do Salah? Only one person. I spent a night there. It was, Yani, you cannot imagine. So that person is sitting there, and it actually happens that an angel comes, and we know the story of Iqra, right? This is serial time. Serial times meaning a divine intervention in the flow of history. This is the last time it's going to happen. It has happened before, but this is the last time that is going to happen. This kind of direct intervention in the flow of history. And when that person comes home, he has a family. He has children. He has a wife. He has uncles. He has a tribe. And they would later say, what kind of Rasul are you? You walk on the roads and you talk and you eat. Surah Al-Furqan, right? So if we could imagine being there at this particular time, at this particular place, living in that serial time, that going back to that time is possible because that serial time was part of the vertical time. Everyone has access to that vertical time if we have the means to go there. Meaning there is nothing that is perishing of what happens on this earth. Everything is being recorded. The earth itself is recording it, right? Earth itself is going to throw out everything that it has witnessed. It will be a witness. So at that time, something transforming happens to human history itself. And that is what we want to see. The air changes. The lens that people have, suddenly there is a total change in those who say, Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. At that time, though every single human being that comes into contact with this light at the beginning of the revelation, and there are very few, they go through a transformation of the lens they were wearing. And mashallah, most of them already had a very good lens. But there were others too who came and they surprised the Prophet ﷺ, and Sayyidina Abu Dharr Ghafari came. And he met the Prophet ﷺ and he said the Shahada, and he asked, "Where are you from?" "Oh, from the tribe of Ghafar." And the Prophet ﷺ smiled. He said, "Allah guides to whomever he guides." Right? He was a highway robber. So that kind of transformation that happened, suddenly there is a furqan. There is a criteria of deciding the right and the wrong. And this criteria we all have it within ourselves in the fitrah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us. Now, this is something that I really want to focus a bit, because when we go through the education system, everything that we are taught in this day and age is based on this Aristotelian understanding of who a child is. This is the blank slate, the tabula rasa. As opposed to that, we know, we believe, and we can experimentally, Ibn Tufail did an experiment, I mentioned that there is something already written in our fitrah, in our very constitution, to recognize the Creator. This is in the fitrah. Now, fitrah cannot be empirically proven, but it has been imaginatively proven by, say, Hay ibn Yaqzan, this novel that Ibn Tufail wrote, where a child who is untouched by any human being goes through the stages on an island where there is absolutely no other influence, and reaches the conclusion that yes, there must be a creator. This is a wonderful thought experiment, although there are some other issues with it, but at least this is something. Now, those who were there at the time of this initial revelation, they all had the possibility of becoming the companions of the Prophet ﷺ. They all had theoretically this possibility of traveling on this path. Abu Jahl had the same opportunity as Sayyidina Abu Bakr Siddiq had. What is it that distinguished these two individuals, about whom we know what we know about them? What was in their hearts that allowed them to receive this light, and the other heart became dark? Why? What happened? It's happening now. When we look out, it's happening even now. The light is there, but only certain hearts are. So it's like the magnet and the wood. No matter how powerful the magnet is, you bring a wood close to it, nothing would happen. The inner fitrah that is not distorted is capable of recognizing the Creator by itself. But in practical terms, there is no such human being who is born without the touch of the shaitan, with the exceptions that we know. So what happens when the light comes? When the light comes and the darkness of the heart perceives the light, it has this capacity given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to look and see and absorb the light, or to reject it. Now, those who reject, this is a different topic, but those who rejected, they were also unique in the human history. And those who accepted, they were also unique. In these 23 years, there is a totally different set of laws operating. Sunnatullah is there, but Sunnatullah is also specific to the time when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent a messenger on the earth. Then his laws are specific to the function and mission and the revelation that he is sending. It's not like normal time. It's not the time that we are living in. It was a time in which there were different set of laws operating in the sense of direct divine intervention that was happening in individual and collective lives. So companions of the Prophet ﷺ, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be pleased with all of them, they are human beings, but they are not like ordinary human beings. They were chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be there at that time. And this is so amazing to see how, and this is absolutely fascinating, how at that time the two superpowers of the world, the Persian Empire and the Roman empires, right? Empire. Somebody from Isfahan, like look at Medina and Isfahan, how like there is no connection. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose one such person to travel from Isfahan to Syria to here and there until he arrives in Medina, and he goes back on the Prophet ﷺ is sitting and he says, "Can I see your back?" Why? Because there is a sign of prophecy that he wanted to confirm. And he said, "Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah." And he is the one who is standing next to the Prophet ﷺ in the trench when this big rock comes and nobody can break it. And Prophet ﷺ comes and Allahu Akbar, and there's a flash of light. Allahu Akbar, there's a flash of light, 3 tries. And he's the one standing next to him, and he said, "What were those lights, Ya Rasulullah?" And he said, "Did you see those lights?" And he said, "Yes, I saw those lights." And he tells them, "These are the palaces of Persia, and these are the palaces of this is Yemen." Like this is really, really fascinating. That the superpower of that time, the one single human being becomes a witness to something that he would actually see within his own lifetime. Nobody could imagine that. So this plan of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala really is connected with us. Because if you look at this, I want to connect what I said before, this place, this Allentown, this land, this earth, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put a candle, put a light. How did we come here? How did Muslims come here to North America and to Europe? Something extraordinary happened to us that has never happened before in Muslim history. We have always gone to other lands either as conquerors or as traders throughout our history. But right after the Second World War, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opened the entirety of the Western world, Europe, North America, South America. We didn't do a thing. We didn't do a thing to come here. How were these lands opened up? I go to places where no one has called azan, and I just am filled with shukr that this tree, this earth, this sky, these stars, this area has never heard this before. Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Why? What is happening to us? And this waqala Rasulu ya Rabbi inna qawmi ittakhadhu hadha al-Qur'ana mahjura. Subhanallah. Yani with the resources that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has opened for this ummah now, it's unbelievable that we wouldn't be telling the world, the entire world, what the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says. Those who do not believe in the book would be telling them what the book says. I'll come back to that later. But inshallah, look at the map of the Muslim world. If we could go to the next one. This is the transformation that I was talking about, the lens that was made. I mean, just plain historical facts are just so fascinating that sometimes in the 17th century, which is the next, sometimes in the 17th century, another very unique incident happened in the human history. which is, I call it, we went to sleep, we went into a deep siesta, and Europe started to wake up. Two simultaneous, almost simultaneous events. The Muslim world, if you look at this map, we have three powerful empires with enormous wealth: the Safavids, the Mughals, and the Ottomans. Powerful empires. But the production of knowledge, I did a little study on the number of tafsirs written in the 17th century, and it's just mind-boggling. Like, how could it be that suddenly this everlasting fountain of knowledge just dried up? There was one tafsir, and that was the Hashiyah on Imam Baydawi's tafsir in the 17th century, despite the resources we had. So after that, we started to have, if we go to, this is where we live now, the next one. So 1.757 billion, every fourth human being, with large populations in concentrated areas of wealth. But the Quran is no more the center of the Ummah. So we are now coming to our situation, inshallah. You see, the Renaissance man was a fallen man. And nobody would ever admit that in the Western civilization, because this is the height of their civilization. But he was a fallen man because it was the kingdom of man instead of kingdom of God. They started to construct a kingdom of man where the laws were without a lawgiver. Human reason became the supreme criterion to decide what is right and what is wrong. Simultaneously, there is a unique development in the entirety of human history, and that is that one particular subject, one branch of knowledge, which is the natural sciences, gained tremendous weightage in deciding metaphysical truths. It has never happened before. Literature, philosophy, psychology, history, every single branch of science was subservient in principle to the principles of natural sciences. Which means if something could not be empirically tested, experimentally proven, we don't know if it's true or not. Now, truth itself, al-haq, truth itself is something that cannot be empirically tested and proven. I'm saying this very consciously. Truth at the highest level is a light that enters the heart, and it transforms the inner being. It just fills it with light that experientially tells the person that this is truth. This witnessing, this shahood, they say don't use the word shaheed. I love this word. We all need to be shaheed. We all need to be shuhada. First of all upon ourselves, and then shuhada al-nas. This experiential reality, this taste that you taste of Iman, you cannot tell anybody. You cannot convert, you cannot convey, you cannot prove it experimentally. But this connection with the light, through the revelation, through the one who came with the light, is our proof. And once you have tasted it, like if you have tasted it, nobody can disprove you, because you have an experiential reality now, right? Like this, anything we taste becomes our private, verified knowledge. It's this verified knowledge that we want from the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's this taste, it's this light that when you walk on the road, when you talk to people, when you say anything, you're filled with this taste, you're filled with this light. That is what Imam Ghazali was saying. It's the invitation. Once you have accepted the invitation, you don't have any other boss. You know, your Qibla is determined, everything is determined. So when the age of science came, it took that taste, it took that light away from the hearts, and it said everything has to be experimentally proven for it to be empirically tested, and then it is truth. And because we went to sleep and we lost a lot. We lost our treasures, we lost our gold, lost our gold mines. We lost the connections. When we woke up, the word had transformed. And this is something like I always think of the Ashab al-Kahf. You know, when they went to sleep for 309 years, they went to sleep, they left the word because the word was full of fasad and fisk and kufr. When they woke up, actually the word had changed. Allah had sent a messenger. And then they sent someone to see what is halal. Our situation is different. When we went to sleep, the word was still at least something, there was still some connection with the pre-modern word. When we woke up, everything was gone. And there is a blessing in it. Allah knows we have no wisdom to know Allah's wisdom. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has woken up us now. I'm so filled with hope. Like this is extraordinary. If you think of Allentown having a Markaz Al-Maqasid, inshallah I'll talk about Maqsad Al-Maqasid in that last part. But can you imagine that? Nobody could have even imagined in 1950 that this would be the case with the Muslims now. Why? We didn't do a thing. Allah has a plan. Our hearts break when we see these children in Gaza. But Allah has a plan. They are witnessing something. I share a poem with them. Rejoice, children of Gaza. Because they are witnessing. Their witness is a testimony of the light that came at the time, serial time that I was talking about. So inshallah, so what we need to do, get three things right. Number one, who is the one who is inviting us? The haiba, the stature, the greatness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one who is inviting us. This is not theoretical knowledge we are talking about. We are talking about an experiential reality in the heart of the one who has sent the book. In there are words in the Quran which cannot be translated. So khawf and taqwa and khashya, for instance, we have an entry in the Encyclopedia on khashya. But Imam Razi said something beautiful. He said that fear, we are not afraid of Allah in the sense of fear, because he said that fear, when you fear something, you run away from it. But when you fear Allah, you run towards Allah. So we have fear of Allah, but it's a fear that is connected with muhabba, that is connected with love, that is connected with going towards Him. So this is the khashya. So if we could get the concept, not just theoretically, but in our hearts. Number two, insan. And this is such a beautiful word. We really want to inject certain words from the Quran into English language, because English language is not the copyright language of the Queen of England. Al-Lama'ul Bayan, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us the ability to express ourselves in any language. It's just, we have to own, we have to say, no, we also have a tongue in our mouth. So insan, which is so beautiful because of the multiple layers of the meaning, but also it takes us out of this whole gender issue business. Like I really respect I respect my sisters, I respect, but I don't want to say he, her, his, him all the time. So insan is an inclusive word, and if we could introduce it, and this is not any unprecedented, because remember when people used to say pilgrimage, and now they're saying Hajj. They used to say fasting, now they're saying Ramadan. It's not, English is receiving 206 words or something like that per day from sciences and technology, etc. Why cannot we introduce? This is our language too. So that's just on the side. So insan. And the third is the two concept of the two words. So there is, again, this is untranslatable, al-ghaib. You open these 126 English translations and they always say unseen. Alim al-ghaib is not the alim of unseen, but this is the translation. So alim al-shahud is the manifest word. Now ghaib, how do we find? Now this is the beauty of our tradition. We have individuals whose insights 1,000 years ago into the vocabulary of the Quran, they are so deep that if you just spend a day, like if you just say, okay, I'm going to open Raghib al-Isfahani's Mufradat and take one word per day and just go deep into it. So example here is ghaib. What is ghaib? Where does it come from? What is its very primary first level meaning? Ghabat is shams, yani when the sun goes down, sun disappears. But then he says, I don't have the whole text here, but he spends one whole page about the layers of the word al-ghaib. And because this is fundamental to the making of the lens I'm talking about, it's very important for us to have an internal understanding of this kind of vocabulary. There are key terms in the Quran. Inshallah, we can all get that. Whether we know Arabic or not, there are enough resources now to be able to get a deeper understanding of these key terms of the Quran. And I'll talk, inshallah, in the second part once we break about what are the practical ways. So I hope this much is clear. Let's go back now to who are we. We know we have all read this, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us despite Darwin, despite evolution. We cannot combine these two things, although there are Muslims now claiming that we evolved and we can somehow insert the hand of God in the scheme of evolution, but that's such a fake way of Richard Dawkins is really, he said, you people, he was talking about Christians, he said, you're bringing your God into my scheme of evolution. You're smuggling God into my scheme of evolution from the back door. And he's right. You cannot, and we should not, and we are attempting that. That's the level of darkness that has come. Muslims are attempting to import Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala into the Darwinian scheme and to the Big Bang. And this is something not directly related to today's talk because I have spent 30 years in this, I cannot escape it. But if we want the Big Bang in the Quran, we wouldn't have mountains which would do tasbih with Dawud alayhi salam. We wouldn't have earth which is recording everything and which will throw up everything. We wouldn't have water that comes with the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everything would be just happening because of the laws that Newton and Einstein and others have given us, not according to the laws of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we cannot put on this clock of fake Islamic something on evolution, but that's a different topic. The main thing that is the knowledge of the asma. Now, there is a difference, there is a khilaf in some aspects of this, but the knowledge of asma that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us at the very beginning, وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا, This knowledge, the knowledge of, you see, وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا, everything. What does that mean? What is this knowledge with which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created Adam alayhi salam and therefore created us? This is the reality of things, a shay. The knowledge that is inherent in every child that comes into this world is of the entirety of things. And that knowledge is that things in themselves are ayat, they're the signs. Because when we know that the thing in itself, the reality of a thing in itself is more than the thing in itself. This tree out there is a thing. It has green leaves and the trunk and all the rest of it that our eyes see. But there is a reality of this thing that is beyond the physical, beyond the manifest. And that reality is the ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because He created the world, He created this world as His manifest will that points to the Creator. So, if we were to think about creation starting from ourselves, where do we lead? Where do we go? How many terms are there in the Quran? Inshallah, in the second half, we'll go into creation entry. How many terms are there in the Quran which tell us different levels, different kinds of creation? If we could just take those terms, deepen our understanding of the difference between ja'ala and khalaqa, for example. Likewise for beauty. Likewise for many real ideas and real things we deal with in our daily life. If we ground ourselves in the vocabulary of the Quran, if we will start to change our lens that I talked about. Because the lens we are wearing is not the Quranic lens, because we went through this education system and we breathe this air. It's everything is there. So in the darkness of the times we are living in, we have ways to reach out to what is within ourselves. If you could change it. So this is the fitrah. You see the beauty of the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, many beauties, nurun ala nur. One of the beauties of the book is that everything, every single word, ultimately we are dealing with the text. Every single word of this text is perpetually connected with a 3-letter or 4-letter root. The meanings inherent in those 3 letters and 4-letter roots are constant. There is no language in the world, there is no book in the world where we have such stability of the primary level meanings. So fatara is always going to be fatara. It's always going to be split. It's always going to be splitting. It's always going to be the same fundamental concept. And then it's like this tree. The trunk is there and all the branches can go so far. But you can always go back to it. So this fitrah with which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us is the same fitrah with which He created this tree and the sky and the heavens and everything else. Meaning there is a connectivity in our being with the rest of the creation. And this is not any kind of pseudo spiritualism. This is real. Those, like we are talking about these northern lights just before we started. Like if you are connected with where we live, with the trees, with everything, and the change of seasons is so beautiful to see it right now. If we are connected with it, We know that we and our children and children of children, every single being has a built-in capacity for this light that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent at a certain time in serial time. That light is still there. It's never going to go away. It's the receptivity in our hearts that we want to increase. It's the transparency of our hearts where we want to shine that light. And it's only going to happen if we are connected with the sources of the light, if we deeply, deeply live with the Prophet. Yani, it's possible. It's really possible to, the paths are there, to be there. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala left means for that light to be ever, ever present and accessible. Accessible through multiple means. Intellectually, because you see, he created us with inner faculties. We have 5 inner faculties and we have 5 external faculties. The external faculties, like I'm just seeing, the eyes are just seeing, the sight. What happens to it? When I see the tree outside, when I see you, when I see this table, I have internal faculties of idrak, of takhayyul, of memory. And then Dr. Waqas is sitting here. We have literally millions of neurons simultaneously working in real time to tell us, oh, this is a tree. This is a table. I recognize, yeah, I've seen his face before, but my eyes are not recognizing, it's my inner faculties recognizing, right? So these inner faculties allow us to be able to be with the Prophet ﷺ if we clean ourselves enough to be worthy of his presence. And once we are in his presence, everything is solved. It's so easy. It's just little door, it's just a little key. You just open the door and you're there. That kind of presence opens the path to the understanding of the Quran at the deepest level. We can never be the same as the old woman of Nishapur, but she lived in a different times. But we can come very close. Because you know what she did? Her inner faculties were so pure, her imagination was so pure, her tukhayyul was so pure, her presence with the Prophet ﷺ was so pure because it was never tarnished. Like she never had to deal with terrible images that bombard our cell phones and etc. Nothing like that tarnished. I'm not idealizing it. This is the shu'ur, this is the inner consciousness of our own beings, which is purified through certain paths that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has left wide open for us to travel on. And one of the ways is to have this understanding of the presence of these 23 years, inshallah, in our lives. And I want to end this session with something that actually happened and that was recorded. You all know this. But let's just close this session by reflecting on why would the Prophet ﷺ say this? Why would he do this? On the day when the largest number of companions are with him, and it's such an important day, and he goes there and says, Ayu Shahrin Haza? What city is this? Yani, can you imagine that? And this is an eyewitness account. Nobody's making it up. There are thousands of people who witness this. And look at the adab. They say, Kulna Allah wa Rasuluhu alam. Allah and his messenger know better. فَسَكَتَ حَتَّى ظَنَنَّا أَنَّهُ سَيَسَمِّهُ بِغَيْرِ اسْمِهِ. He was so silent for so long that we thought that he's going to rename this city. This is the last khutbah. This is the Hajj. This is the only Hajj alayhi salatu wasalam he did. This day, zamanu qad istadara kahiyat. يوم خلق السماوات. This is such a beautiful insight into the nature of time that I was talking about, that the time has come back to the moment when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the samawat and the earth. The time has come back, meaning that this serial time that goes, it distorts. And our concept of time, as opposed to what they teach us, is that wal asr, innal insana lafi khusr. Collectively, time is going down. We are not progressing. It's the opposite of that. If we were to believe this progress narrative, that would mean Sayyidina Abu Bakr Siddiq, Nauzubillah, was less than us. Their station was less, we can achieve more. And Prophet ﷺ himself, he very clearly told us the nature of time. So going back to this very meaningful event, when the largest number of gathering of these companions is present, I did, what city is this? What day is it? Why did he do that? At the superficial level, we know that this is something they say, well, he wanted to draw their attention. When you want to draw the attention, you do something. No, he wasn't a statesman doing that. There is a reason for it. So the reasoning behind this particular incident in our history, which is so well documented, one of the reasoning is to pull us into that time. Because suddenly now the time is restarting. There's a new opportunity for human beings. The whole cycle has come to exactly the place where it started. And this is towards the end of his life. The farewell pilgrimage is called farewell because people who knew what's happening. And it is during this time, it is at this time that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent that ayah that is so beautiful, that today I have completed your religion and it's been my pleasure to choose Islam, al-Islam as your deen. And the beauty of that insertion in the third ayah of Surah Al-Ma'idah, there is absolutely no connection with what's happening before and after in that ayah. Isn't that amazing? That the ayah is talking about the halal and haram and what is permissible of the animals which we hunt, and suddenly we have this, and this is real time. Can you imagine yourself to be there sitting with the Prophet ﷺ when suddenly it goes into this silence, this what was sometimes known to some of the companions, and the revelation starts to come? Where else can you go to enter the light of revelation except through these beautiful first-hand eyewitness accounts that the camel is so, it cannot bear the weight of revelation. It just sits down. There is this beauty of our tradition that this light, like you, not only, but when suddenly the light comes, this is the Jibreel alayhi salam coming, and the light is just flashes of lights. That people, human beings, real human beings saw those, and they left behind accounts for us to live those lights, not just read about them. Reading is nothing. It's the living, it's the taste, it's the entrance, right? So if inshallah in the second part, if we could take some of the, open some of the doors through key terms of the Quran, and I think I've said enough. I'm sorry. May Allah accept us. May Allah accept from us. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open our hearts. If you have any questions, perhaps there is time for it. So there is so there is these faculties correspond to the 5 external faculties. So the seeing, for instance, is with the perception, which is the idrak. Then we have the akal. That's the 4th. I think I mentioned. Yeah. Vaham. Akal, vaham, idrak. And Imam Ghazali has this, inshallah, I have a quote from him. There was one. Walaikum salam.
All the names between taught Adam, all the knowledge, and the progeny of Adam has all that. So when we see the development and progress in science and technology, all the knowledge and information came out, does it mean that the access to that knowledge is available for everyone, Muslims and non-Muslims? That's one question. And second thing, is any Muslims have ever brought that ayah in front of those Orientalists or people who trying to take the spirit and the color out of the equation, that that you've been taught that knowledge and it's coming the sources of knowledge?
So this is, mashallah, a very, very deep question. There is a passive reservoir of knowledge in every single human being who comes into this world as progeny of Adam alayhi salam. That passive knowledge is inherently present, and then it starts to actualize. The manifestation of that knowledge happens through active participation of the inner and the outer faculties. I have this, can you go to the next? I have this next, one more. This. See, one day, Imam Ghazali goes into an orchard and he looks at this beehive. And the beehive he looks at has hexagonal cells in which bees store their honey. And then he reflects and he says, all the beehives I've seen, they're all hexagonal. So in Jawahirul Qur'an, he takes us on this journey and he says, have you not seen the beehives, like the actual cell? Why are they hexagonal? Why not circular? Why not a square? Why not a triangle? He goes through all geometrical shapes and he says, you see, if these were circles, they wouldn't stack, and there would be gaps between circles. Then the beehive overall, it would be weak. The wind would come and it will just break it. Okay, you say squares would stack very well, but haven't you seen the shape of the bee itself? It's curved. So that corner of the square with the 90 degrees, it will remain empty and it won't be good use of space for the bees to do that. And you can say that with every single geometrical shape except for the hexagon. And then he says, how did the bees do this? They received revelation. In one of the conferences, I had one of these evolutionists. I said, the bees must have had an international conference after conference all over the world to come together and say, what kind of structure is the best structure? So the answer to your second part is no, you cannot convince them because the light in the heart is not there.
Jazakum Allahu anna khayran, mashallah, for that very thrilling introduction and beginning to our seminar today. There's already so many things as it relates to history and the time that we're in. So inshallah ta'ala, we will now just have a brief 10-minute break. And what we can do is there are some refreshments, inshallah, that will help us maintain our focus and our ability to benefit, inshallah ta'ala. So we will reconvene in 10 minutes exactly, which will be around 12:48, inshallah ta'ala. And we will continue with session number 2. Jazakumullah anna khairan. MashaAllah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, we can all take our places and we'll recommence with our seminar, inshallah ta'ala, with the second session. And this session, inshallah ta'ala, will go to about 1:50, and then we'll have about 10 minutes to prepare for Salatul Dhuhr, and then we'll pray at 2:05 approximately. So inshallah, that's our timeline for the next session and for Salatul Dhuhr. Jazakumullah khairan, and we'll have our dear teacher, Dr. Muzaffar Iqbal, continue inshallah with this seminar. Barakallahu fikum.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I hope everyone has refreshed with the ability to go to the next part of today's session, in which I really want to provide some practical means of reaching and deepening our understanding of the message of the Quran. And when I started, I said no matter where we are, whether we know Arabic or not, whether we can read the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or not, we are all able to begin the journey, because this journey does not require it doesn't have a prerequisite. It only has one prerequisite, which is Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah, and we have already all entered through that first door. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Those who have not done so, they are potentially there. I was just saying, the light, like they have the candle, but the candle hasn't lit yet. So those who have a candle inside their hearts, which is already lit, it's already light. The light is there. In very, very down to earth practical ways, what do we have? We have a text that has proven itself to be a stable text. The challenge that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave back then, produce a surah like this, that hasn't been met. It will never be met. The text is there. I always say that this is the only tradition that is open source tradition. Like anybody can reach out. It's just a river of light flowing. Anyone can gather light. So we don't have a copyright on Islam. It's just out there. And second thing we have is the actual human being, a real human being. Like we are not talking theoretically. So when he, alayhi salatu wassalam, was living on this earth, things which are happening at that time, they are still happening. And they will always be happening. So there are wars, there is peace, there is marriages, there is theft, there is all kinds of things which human beings do. They were doing then, they are still doing those things. Fundamentally, human beings are but who they are. Distortions can happen. So one of the ways in which we can bind with the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we can deepen our knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is to choose key concepts of the Quran. Meaning, if depending on our background, depending on our preparation, we can choose creation, for instance. We can choose beauty. And I would like to begin this session with actually something very unique, and that is the companions of the Prophet. And the reason is that, as I mentioned before, these were chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is, now I should also explain that these are the entries. I just added Al-Maqasid's IP address to this online access. So inshallah, anyone who is here would have access to this online resource. This is the second volume of this 7-volume work. I think it's 28th. 28th is when they are actually putting the second volume in the ship. And I cannot tell you how my heart, I have a sample copy, and it's been 10 years and sometimes very lonely journey. And just thinking that this ship is going to travel with 3,000 copies coming to New York, it will be here in 3 weeks. It's just an amazing personal joy that I want to share with you. This volume begins with an entry on beauty. And it ends with cushions. Cushions in the Quran, like you are sitting on cushions here. Muttaqina ala al-araik. Both have a flavor of paradise, right? Beauty, Zahratul Hayatul Dunya, and the beauty of the paradise, beauty of the Quran, beauty of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But the cushions entry is just takes you right there. So one of the things that 2007, and I have my own journey to the Quran. Of course, we all have our own journeys. When you go through a certain threshold and you reach your Imam Ghazali, and he tells you that the only way you can do this is to what he does in Jawahirul Quran. Go actually hold these beehives in your hand and think and reflect on this. Like, why is it hexagonal? That means that every single concept in the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, every single thing, like zarra, zarra, like little speck of dust, that's in the Quran. What does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say about zarra? We mistranslate it as atom. It's not atom. Dharra is the very small little thing. In summer you have this sunlight and the particles of dust floating in the air, or the as you say, Ibn Abbas said that the black ant crawling on the mountain in the darkest of night, like that little head. Anyways, so all concepts, all places, all things, all events, and all persons mentioned in the Quran. 5 categories. 527 articles would cover, inshallah, all of these concepts, persons, places, things, and events mentioned in the Quran. And the most important for us to change our lens is the concept. Concepts, Quranic concepts, if we could really get them, like this lens is just going to be reformed. But the concepts are difficult as well because they are abstract. Like if we think of creation is a concept, beauty is a concept. What does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say about beauty? If we could understand that deeply through the Quran, we have a text to deal with which has seven terms for beauty. Husn, Jamal, Zina. Like if we could just get all the ayahs, now we have so many resources, put them together and then understand layers of beauty. The beauty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is not directly mentioned in the Quran because we cannot have access to the Dhat. no one has access to the Dhat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We have the access to his af'al, which is right here. This is beautiful, right? When we say this is beautiful, this outside is beautiful because this is one of the actions, one of the af'al of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to create beauty in this world. And the beauty of the Quran. So all these layers of beauty which are mentioned in the Quran, you get it in one article, 8 pages. Every single ayah that is mentioned, we put them in categories. These 10 ayahs are about the beauty of the Quran. This is Ahsan al-Hadith. This is the most beautiful narration. Likewise, other concepts. But I want to begin with this entry on the companions of the Prophet, alayhi salatu wassalam. What do we know? What has Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said about the companions of the Prophet? How would you know that? If we were to read translations, we will never really get what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said about these chosen people. So if you could read one article, I think this is quite long, but nevertheless, in 23 pages, we have everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said in the Quran about the companions of the Prophet. What do we get through this? Is an enormously powerful deepening of our knowledge of the Quran and of history of those 23 years. Because everything mentioned in the Quran in relation to the companions is actual real event that happened in those 23 years. The tests they went through, if we are all going through tests, this dunya is dunya of test. What tests did they go through? What happened when Tabuk? Why would Tabuk be there so late in the life of the Prophet ﷺ and his companions, and there is no war at the end? Like you get ready. It's a very difficult time. And you go to the end of the Arabian Peninsula to the border of the Roman Empire and you come back. What is the wisdom behind that event? And what happened to the companions? And what happened to the three who could not leave? We all get into the states when, well, I'll go, I'll do this good thing later. What did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say about those three who were left behind, although they wanted to go, but we are all humans. This is in the Quran forever and ever. This other event happens when somebody says something about Sayyidah Aisha radiyallahu anha. Like these are real events, right? So through this entry, I'm hoping that we can just, inshallah, the first thing is the door of companionship. Obviously, the definitions, we always begin with definitions, because unless we have the definitions of terms, we cannot even start. And that's why I was saying, if you take one term of the Quran and internalize it for the rest of your life, just get one thing, that's far better. So what is taqwa? What is ihsan? Like if we could just go into deeper and deeper into the meanings of the Quranic terms, that's one. The companions, what is the definition of a companion? And the beauty of this is that I'm not saying this, any other author is not saying this. We are presenting the integrated view of 1400 years of scholarship in English, which I say is not Queen's copyright language. It's our language. And that means if you look at the bibliography of these things, like on the third volume, there's an entry on the Day of Reckoning. There are 80 references in that one single entry, which will be in the third volume, inshallah. Some of these books have never been opened by any Western source in any of their works. In the academic scholarship I'm talking, who claim to be, let alone Muslims who don't even know these books exist. So what we are trying to do in this journey to the Quran is to actually enter this river of light, our tradition, on the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When Imam Al-Suyuti says there are 100 tropes, 100 levels of beauty of the Quran, of the ijaz of the Quran, and these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, number 100. When you open Razi's book and he says, in this ayah fi masail, 33 masail in one section of the ayah, and you just marvel at the level of organization of that mind, that he's always perpetually going back to the essence of the ayah. After 33 masail, he discusses. So the companions of the Prophet ﷺ, who are they? According to our definitions, they is anyone who actually had a physical encounter with the Prophet ﷺ in the state of Iman. And if somebody met him والسلام, and left Islam, habitat amalum. There is zero multiplied by zero. Right? Ilhad, when we leave Islam, everything goes with it. So their status of companionship goes with it. And initially, the simpler definition was anyone who saw the Prophet ﷺ and then said, oh, wait a minute. Abasa wa tawalla. How would you saw? The word saw, ra, is not correct here. We need to improve this definition, that it should be liqa. It should be encounter rather than seeing, because they were blind companions. Anyway, so this is the definition. Now the second aspect is, if you go to the door of companionship, this section, this section has taken weeks and weeks, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is so merciful. When you wake up 2 o'clock in the morning and you say, no, this is not right, and then something happens and you redistill it, and anyway, so that's a personal journey. But the door of companionship opened on the day when Jibreel alayhi salam came on the cave I mentioned before and said, Iqra bismi rabbikal ladhi khalaq. That day when the Prophet ﷺ came home, this door opened. And this was a unique event in human history, and this door remained open for the next 23 years until the last. And we have such a beautiful narration about one person, like the time that on Monday the Prophet ﷺ was going to die. There were actually people on the camels coming to Medina to meet him. And we have their names. Isn't that amazing? Like, we have names of people who were on the road on that particular Monday, and they came and he had passed away. And they lost the opportunity to enter through that door. So this very metaphor of the door of companionship, this section, I hope people will get something. And this in itself is, so the understanding of the companionships of the Prophet ﷺ through the Quran takes us to that blessed time. Unlike Badr, for example, unlike Hunain, unlike other events or places mentioned in the Quran, this is a very unique aspect of the Quran, that there is no place, there is no ayah in the Quran which says Ashabul Rasul. There is no place in the Quran where we can say, oh, this ayah is about the companions. And this is where our scholarship is really amazing, because once, sometimes it's just a pronoun, malakum. What's the matter with you? Who are kum? Who is the referent of this pronoun kum? Malakum. What's the matter with you? So together, these ayahs, we specifically talk about these chosen people. It just opens up so many beautiful paths to us to understand the deeper meaning of those ayahs, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is commenting on an event during those 23 years or a person. And then you combine this with the narrations from the hadiths. You combine what is mentioned here with the seerah, with the authentic sources, etc. You get a inside picture of living in Medina and in Mecca at that time. And if this text does that, really it's something that, only Sayyidina Zayd is mentioned by name in the Quran. There is only one companion whose name is mentioned. And if you start reflecting, why would Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mention just one companion by name? Because our understanding, unlike what Karen Armstrong would tell us, our understanding is that the law, Sharia, is being revealed in these 23 years through actual events that are happening. So Zayd bin Muhammad, who was called Zayd bin Muhammad, and the incident of the marriage that the Prophet ﷺ arranged, and all the objections which were being raised that, oh, he was your son, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is legislating our Sharia through these human beings. They are doing something and this happens. So we get a deeper understanding of the coming into existence of a legal framework. And every single objection that we have about the Sharia can be dispelled logically through an understanding of the actual human reality. Because remember, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't send the book all at once, and He didn't send the book in vacuum. This book came in real human life, in real human situation, in a real society, with all of its history going back hundreds of years, thousands of years, these tribal histories there, by transforming that society through, number one, what are the functions of the messenger that came? Yatlu alayhim ayatim. He is going to recite the book. He's going to recite the ayahs. He's going to recite the wisdom. He's going to purify them. The most important, purify them. وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ. This purification is of actual human beings, and we see these incidents in the life of these companions. So to gather all of these ayahs in one place, and then gathering is just one aspect of this. How would you understand Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's relationship with these chosen people? Two things come very apparent. Number one, this is not a static situation. Sometimes even I'm very sort of pained to see, do we have a concept of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that is dynamic, that is not static? Like, what concept do we have of him, alayhi salatu wassalam? He was a child running around. He was a real human being eating. He got, at a certain time, he received the revelation. He has his own journey, and as I said, we don't have much access to it, but we have some indications of his journey. The highest station that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala granted him was where? Kana Kaaba Qausain, right? He brought him to that proximity. He brought him to that. So each of the prophets, they have a covenant. In addition to the covenant you and I established, Alastu bi Rabbikum, we have a covenant with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every human being has a covenant. Alastu bi Rabbikum, we said Bala Shahidna. The prophets have an additional covenant, an additional mithaq, and each of the prophets has a very special station with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we are going to inshallah see the Hajj soon. Sayyidina Ibrahim, he has the station of being the Khalil. Now, Khalwa, that kind of unique emptiness in which there is only one, there is only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's his particular station. Each of these companions have their journeys, and that's why it's so important, so realistic for us to even hold the hand of Sayyidina Abu Bakr Siddiq. Any one of them. Just see what happened. You remember what happened to Sayyidina Umar in Medina, when one day the Prophet ﷺ said, your iman is not complete until you love me more than your parents, yourself, your mal, etc. He said, everything is okay except for myself. And what he said, no, your iman is not complete. This is the journey that these individual human beings went through. And then you get a taste of their, through these incidents mentioned, like you know what happened at Hudaybiyah? This Baitur Ridwan, this is the first section, because this hierarchically, this is the day when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself is telling us that these people, their past and future sins have been forgiven. what they did on this day. And what did they do? They pledged at the hand of the Prophet. This event, like these are real gems for us to hold on to. Remember the time when this treaty is signed, and the Prophet ﷺ says to the companions, okay, now slaughter your animals. We are not going for Umrah. There is pin drop silence. No one moves. Can you imagine that? The Prophet ﷺ himself is saying, slaughter your animals, and no one moves. Companions are not, they are in a shock because they came from Medina for the Umrah and they have the sacrificial animals with them, and now the treaty has been signed. We are not going to do Umrah. The Prophet ﷺ goes, and this is one of the events. The Prophet ﷺ goes back into the tent and says to Sayyidah Salma, and she says, Ya Rasulullah, just do your animal. Look at the wisdom. Just do your animal. He goes out, he slaughters it. Everyone just wakes up. Oh, we have to slaughter animals. So what we gain through this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says He knew their hearts, what was in their hearts. So He sent down sakina upon their hearts. Right? This Baitur Ridwan. So by going through these real life incidents, we gain an understanding of real human dilemmas, which are our dilemmas as well, because we are not static. If we are static, then we are dead. Nobody is static. Companions were not static. The Prophet ﷺ wasn't static. There is a spiritual journey. Once you're on the road, it's like a conveyor belt, right? It just takes you to your grave. Whether you walk or not, it takes you to your grave. And lots of people just go to their graves standing on the conveyor belt because it's moving. We want to walk. We want to move to our grave. We want to meet our Lord. We want to go and see Him who sent us here intentionally. Like we need to have joy in seeing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at the end of our journey. And in order to do that, we can go through the Quran, internalizing incidents, events, places. So Prophet ﷺ goes to Medina, and then suddenly there is a real change in the makeup of the outer situation. There is a place now which was shown to him in his dream between the two lava hills, right? That was a sign. Sayyidina Salman al-Farsi also was told. It's a place that's where you'll find the Prophet, between the two lava hills. There are people who have come from Mecca and they have no home, no family, no wife, no children, nowhere to go. What happens? There is a platform built just outside the Hujra, Ashabu Sufa. They are people, many of you have gone there. I spent a month there. So there are 64 places on that, 64 numbered places. You sit there and you really feel that this is Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu sitting here. And these people just devoted themselves to sit there day after day after day. And there are ayahs about them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has left this record for us to, so then, Yasalunaka, this word Yasalunaka, which appears in the Quran 13 times, what does it saying? They ask you. What are they asking? And Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, he said, the companions of the Prophet ﷺ were so good, they only asked 4 questions. They never ask questions. But this is the process of legislation that is happening. We gain an understanding of the Sharia happening in real time through these questions. And some of these questions were asked by others, like the Yahud asked and the Quraysh asked. But the companions of the Prophet ﷺ, they ask you, is a subtopic in this entry that gathers together all the instances of yasalunaka. They ask you. So we, I have not seen any people better than the companions of the Prophet, upon him blessings and peace. They only ask 13 questions, not 4, 13 questions, and all of them are in the Quran. This is Sayyidina Ibn Abbas telling us. So what we do through this is, through this one entry, we gain entrance into that time in real terms. These are not made up things. In some cases, for example, if you go to the Badr entry, which is another, I'll go to the more abstract at the end, beauty, but let's go to Badr now, inshallah. Have you been to Badr? Has anyone to be Badr? See, we said all places, so under B, Badr, all places, persons, things, events, and uh, um, and concepts mentioned in the Quran are in this encyclopedia. What is Badr? Badr is a place. Badr is an event. And Badr is so special for us to really, the Badriyun, the people who attended the Badr, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgave them. They have their place with Him. We can read about Badr, but we want to go to Badr. And this graphic entry, how many times have you read Surah Al-Anfal, for example, the 8th surah in the Quran? But if you know that this was called Surah of Badr by those who first received it, because of so many ayahs related to Badr. Now, Badr, as I said, is a place and it's an event. Why is Badr so important for us? Why is Badr mentioned in this surah to be kept forever and ever? So we gain an entrance to that time by collecting everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said about this event. And there are 3 Badrs actually. We are normally concerned about one, but there were 3 events. So what I'm saying is the following. In order to internalize the message of the Quran and have a experiential understanding of the text, we cannot do this through piecemeal reading of a translation or even tafsir or something. We have to gather the concentrate in one place, pour that whole concentrate into ourselves and experience it. Externally, this battle of Badr, like in the human history, can you imagine? A far-flung place in the desert, like it has nothing to do with the major superpowers of the time. One single day, 319 people on one side and 1,000 people on the other side. Like, look at the numbers now. Like, why would this one event be the day when the Prophet ﷺ is crying and crying and crying, and he says to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if you didn't help us, you would not be worshipped on this earth. I tremble with this himma to say this to Allah. There is absolutely no other dua of the Prophet ﷺ where he has this jurra, where he has gathered this much to say to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you will not be gathered. And he's crying because he knows what's happening until saying, can you imagine Sayyidina Abu Bakr Siddiq comes to him and says, enough, Allah has heard you. Subhanallah. Because that is the day, Yawmul Furqan. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls it Yawmul Furqan. So we want to experience that. We want to internalize the message of the Quran through this approach of concentrated reception of the graphic details of this blessed life and the life of those who were there. Let's finish with the beauty, article on beauty. This is really important for us for many reasons. Number one, you have all heard beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's a very well known phrase. And if we accept that, what happens to the concept of beauty? It becomes relativized. That means there is no absolute concept of beauty. Your beauty concept of beauty is different from my concept of beauty, and everyone's likewise. Meaning everyone can create their own standards of things so fundamental as beauty. That means it's a total breakdown of the conceptual reality of things as they really are. Conceptual reality of things as they really are. Because if there are no absolutes, everyone is free to construct their own standards of everything. We cannot accept the concept of beauty being in the eye of the beholder for two reasons. Number one, that means the creator of beauty, who has the right to define what is husn and what is ugly, that right is being taken away from him. Now, XYZ is defining what is beauty. Number two, and which is very important, beauty is, as Raghib, see, this is the beauty of our tradition. You open a dictionary and they will say beauty is the opposite, is the antonym of ugliness. Every single dictionary, Arabic dictionary, would say this is the opposite of Qabih. Raghib, he says no. He says, well, if you go to linguistics, you'll get this. But beauty has three aspects. And beauty is what corresponds to the fitra that is inside the human being. And it is harmonious at three levels. Number one is the hiss, the sensible world. He says when you see something of beauty, your eyes see something of beauty that corresponds to the sense of beauty with which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created you. That's in your fitra. So this correspondence produces a surur, which is in itself beautiful. And surur is something that is in your spirit, in your whole being. It's not visual anymore. It's not experiential. It's not hissy. It's not sensible. It's beyond senses. And number three says there is intellectual beauty. Intellectual beauty is something that corresponds to your whole system of thinking, that corresponds to your mind, which is abstract. So from the beauty of the flower that eyes see and gives you this sensory beauty, you get surur in your whole being, and that leads to intellectual beauty of another order. And we begin every entry with definitions, and most of the conceptual definitions we go to people like Raghib al-Isfahani, who is an extraordinary scholar. They say that Imam Ghazali used to have his Zariya Makarim al-Akhlaq with him all the time. And we don't even know when he died, but we know Imam Ghazali died in 505, and they say he died in 450 or so. So he was 50 years before him. But he had his book with him all the time. And he has a tafsir as well. We only have partial tafsir. But what I'm saying is that if we tag on to these holders, if when you're traveling, if you just latch on to someone who knows the path, who is going there, this sparrow, we have Iqbal gave this poet, the sparrow who sits on the eagle. Sparrow cannot go all the way where the eagles can go. But now that the sparrow is sitting on top of the eagle and is enjoying the ride up there. So if we could just have relationships with these people, they are beautiful people. They are really beautiful. So we will gain so much, just by being their friends. We bring them into our homes, in our inner home. So he's our one of, So the other thing is, where else would you go to find every single term Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses for beauty. If you look at the beginning of this beauty, husn, jamal, nadra, bahja, zahra, zina, hilya, these are the key terms in the Quran. So if we have an idea of these words, these terms, and then what is beauty connected with? We all know the hadith about Allah is beautiful and He loves beauty, right? We know that. But what does it mean? We cannot see the beauty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in His essence, in His dhat. But we can see in His power, His generosity, His wisdom, His creation. So the levels of beauty which are mentioned in the Quran, if we bring those levels into our beings and we become beautiful, so we bring this concentrate, as I said, every 527 concentrates, and we say, okay, I'm going to go deep into this part of the ocean. And I'm hoping, inshallah, this place is going to be contributing. I'm saying this publicly, Siddhiya here. This place is going to be part of the third volume, inshallah. We'll have a beautiful entry from here. I've already assigned one to you. And this is the entry on awliya of Allah, friends of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Inshallah, we'll have, what I'm saying is that when you're writing an entry for this, it's like going deep into the ocean. One little part of the ocean, and you keep going deep. So anyone who benefits from that kind of entrance in the ocean, it's experiential, it's intellectual, and it's rooted deep in the tradition, which means we suddenly have friends. We have Imam Ghazali, we have Raghib al-Sani, we have Razi, we have Tabari, we have Baidawi, we have so many beautiful people living with us in our lives. I'm sure you have lots of questions, but inshallah, we promise we'll finish at 1:50, so I'm going to keep 10 minutes for.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you so much for taking the time to come see us. We are very blessed. I feel like I'm in a different dimension right now with you. Alhamdulillah. Some of us are a student here at Al-Maqasid, so it is important that we reflect on how our time here is to dive deeper into the ocean, as you said. I have a question. You mentioned that when we cleanse our hearts, we will eventually come to the presence of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I was curious to know how we know when we have arrived.
Mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. Beautiful question. We believe that the light that was sent through His blessed being is going to be here until the end of time. So when we establish a connection with Him, we receive sparks of that light in various forms. One of them is to see Him in a dream, for instance. And those who have seen Him in dreams, their experience is just. The other is that suddenly we go out of this room and suddenly we say, oh, no, I want to put my right foot in my shoe first because my beloveds always did that. Yeah? That's a sign that we have established a relationship with Him. We eat like Him, we speak like Him, we wear dress, we do everything like Him, like the beloved. Like we always want to, follow Him. So there are signs of at various levels. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us the inner assurance of that companionship. And once we have that companionship, it's so sweet and beautiful, you never want to lose it. Walaikum salam.
You mentioned three aspects of beauty. One is one that corresponds to the picture. The second is the intellectual beauty. I didn't catch the third one.
Yeah, the very first one is the hissi, the senses, the external senses, like my eyes are seeing this beautiful tree. So that's first level of beauty, external beauty, is in the perceptible realm of the senses. So when you hear beautiful recitation of the Quran, our faculty of hearing actually just receives these waves. But the impact of those waves, sound waves in our being produces a level, an experiential reality of beauty through the ear. Likewise with the eyes, likewise with the taste, likewise with the smell, likewise with the touch. So that's the first level of beauty. Second level is we all have this innate, almost sleeping fitra because we live in this time. But, when the fitra wakes up with a sense of receiving an external signal that produces beauty in the constitutional structure, after that we experientially know and want to be in that space, for instance. So, example is of a beautiful building, for instance, or a beautiful surrounding, beautiful house, beautiful idea, like this connection we are making with the tradition, for example, that in itself is beautiful. The last and the highest, according to Raghib, is the intellectual, because the intellect, I didn't get time to talk about the aql. I mentioned that there is passive depository of that gnosis of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our being. And through intellect, which is aql, is connecting things to things. Aql is something that creates a level of confirmation in our being that cannot be dispelled by anything. That's why they say, the numbers, they produce that kind of. So when, this Euclides said 2 parallel lines will never meet, like you can extend 2 parallel lines, they will never meet, 2 plus 2 is 4, things like that. They have an absoluteness of the intellectual type that deepens our iman in an experiential way, because this is the confirmation of the mind of what is in the heart. So that level of connection through the intellect is just, yeah.
Study of Sirah and the Sahaba that proceed as beginning of holistic understanding of the Quran, and if so.
So my question is, does the study of Sirah and the lives of the Sahaba, does that precede, or is that a prerequisite in gaining this holistic understanding of the Quran? And if so, what's the best way to gain this exposure of the Sirah and the Hayat of Sahaba?
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. I think it's Ahmad or Muhammad Darwaza, who actually has a 2-volume work in which the ayahs of the Quran and the Sirah of the Prophet ﷺ are combined together with titles, and the entire Quran is dealing with these 23 years of real life of one human being and everyone associated with him, and therefore these are mutually enriching ways. The problem with going from the lower level to the higher level is that it happens with every system, every system of thought, everything. Lower level is susceptible to corruption, meaning anything that comes in the human domain is by definition imperfect, incomplete. So if we go from the primary level, if we go from the higher level, from the Quran to the lower level of Sirah works, we are gaining the sure, perfect perception because it's not just our belief that this book is incorruptible. This is a reality anyone can verify. This is empirically verifiable, by the way, in many realms of its operation. Linguistically, the ijaz of the Quran is like anyone can, no one has been able to produce even anything like it. Scientific explanations which somehow have degenerated, but what is in the Quran itself purely, it's empirically verifiable. So there are many levels of doing that, but the greatest level is that the light is so sharp, like it's just having that very focused light, and then we expand to the other realm of the works on Sirah and the companions.
Sorry, the question might be a bit unrelated to the topic of discussion, but you mentioned there are 3 Badrs that actually happened, but most of us are familiar with the one. Can you just throw a bit more light in the other 2, or there's some resource you can share for further reading?
Yeah, it's right. The resource is right here. The text itself says Badr 1, Badr 2, Badr 3. So the one we are most familiar with is when the Ghazwa, when the battle happened. But after there is number 3 is after that, and number 1 is before that. So it's just historical event when nothing happened, like no battle took place. So that's called Badr 1, Badr 2, Badr 3. So it's connected, mashallah. So if you look at this entry, it has the clarity. Is there any other question? I think, yes? Please feel free to ask any question that.
Yeah, I had a question. This goes back to something that you had said during one of the first parts, and I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly. You had mentioned that the Renaissance man was the fallen man, and I always grew up thinking that the Renaissance was like the Islamic golden era, and with that they were actually the ones that were responsible for giving the Europeans their Renaissance, and but you're saying that no, that's actually the time that the Muslims stopped making the Quran the center of the Ummah, and so if I'm understanding that correctly, it corrected my perception of that era because of like Khawarizmi and like all these figures that came out during around those times, and they're always like lauded as like a great thing, with Ibn Haytham and things like that. So you're saying that no, that's actually a time that the Ummah maybe started going down.
Right, mashallah, that's very good. Very good. You caught a very good aspect of what I said, because what I said was as a footnote to something else. But this is one of those things that are related to the lens I was talking about. I also had the same feeling. The Renaissance man was the ideal man. He knew everything. He was in poetry. He was carpenter. He was inventing all of these things, and the comprehensiveness of the knowledge. Encyclopedias were coming into existence, and inventions were happening, and everything. So when you go deeper into it, it's very simple actually. Once you have it clear, we are talking about civilization. Renaissance is a phenomena in Europe, in European civilization. Civilizations are serial manifestation of a revealed text or a human being, in case of Sayyidina Isa alayhi salam, right? Anything that came into the human domain from outside the human domain produced an impact in the direction of the people, their culture, their ways of being, their ways of procuring the needs of their life, housing, etc. Civilizations have a kinetic force, they have an inner light based on revelation. In Islam, the Islamic civilization, which I said this before to Sidi Yahya when we were outside, it's very sad. We don't have Islamic civilization anymore. It's dead. If you look at the definition of civilization by definition is the aggregate of the ways of in which a given society lives practically. How, for instance, we have lots of cultures. We have lots of Muslim cultures. Like if you go to India and they have one kind of kebabs, and if you go to Iran, you have different kind of kebabs. You go somewhere else, but all of them say that this meat has to be halal. That part, halal part, comes from the Sharia. Sharia comes from the revelation. When it becomes operational, there are different manifestations of that one single halal meat into lots of dishes. So cultural objects, etc., the way people live it. Now, Western civilization before the Renaissance still had a kernel of Christianity functioning underneath it. The flame under this, the kinetic force under this movement was still connected with Christianity to some extent. When the Renaissance, European Renaissance started, the center of that force, that flame, came to the human reason. Human reason that was purely in the human mind, disconnected from the revelation. So we have the beginning of the philosophical movements. We have Descartes, we have Kant, we have all these people who said, no, the measure of things is man. You see, you go to Europe and you see all these frescoes and you see all these big, huge paintings. Who is in the middle is the human being. So when the human being became the center and the measure of everything, except for, instead of the creator, instead of the revelation, who defines what is halal and what is haram? Who defines what is permissible and what is impermissible? Now we have come, 4th century, we have come down to the place where we don't even know what a human being is. We have lost definition of ourselves. We don't know what marriage is permissible. These people sit in a parliament because they have this pen and they say, okay, we passed a law that this marriage is halal now, this is permissible, this is not permissible. Like, who does that? The center of gravity started to shift, and Shakespeare is standing at the right. I love Shakespeare. Like he's just at the borderline. His one foot is in the past, and his inspiration comes from there, and his diagos are somewhere else. Like it's just an amazing time of a lot of energy, but disconnecting the Western civilization from the source, which was spiritual, which was revelation, which was Isa alayhi salam, which was that message. in Islam, the revelations, which the 23 years, what was the civilization there? There was a civilization, there was a beautiful civilization. People had connection with the desert, the sky, the moon, everything was there. But they didn't have what the Syrians had, they didn't have what the Persians had, the palaces. And the Sahaba were so afraid, the Prophet ﷺ himself was so afraid that the wealth will come and the other civilization, you'll be like them. And that's what we did. And he said that there will come a time when these desert herdmen would be competing in constructing tall buildings, and that's what we are seeing. They will be vying to who, and they say this tower is going to be highest tower in the world, and we are going to keep this secret how high the Dubai tower is going to be compared to Jeddah tower. So all of these things have a metaphysical foundations. All civilizations have metaphysical foundation. When the metaphysical foundation disappears, then the civilizations start to degenerate. What we are seeing today is not just, it just didn't happen today. The political system of this world didn't come into existence through the economic system, didn't, it emerged. So the Renaissance man is the man who was fallen from the connection with the revelation. And then it started to degenerate over time. And that's why it's only possible in Europe in the 19th century for a person like Darwin to come up. It would not have happened in Islamic civilization because the connection is still there. Nobody could have thought of such a thing that over the centuries have now become the religion of the modern civilization. You have to accept evolution, otherwise you can not be operating in any of the academic systems. Mashallah, exactly. Exactly. And once the cancer starts, then it becomes deeper and deeper until the whole body is destroyed. And that's what we are seeing, the darkness I referred to. And inshallah, after lunch, we'll talk about the lightning of the candles in this darkness, inshallah.
جزاكم الله عنا. جزاكم الله عنا خيرا. Dr. Iqbal, mashallah. Looking forward to the next session, inshallah, and being able to increase the light, inshallah, and pass on that light and ignite more candles, inshallah, with the blessing of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Qur'an that was revealed as a light for humanity. Inshallah, now we will have time for Salatul Dhuhr and lunch, inshallah ta'ala. So we will pray Salatul Dhuhr at 2:10 exactly, not around 2:10, exactly 2:10, inshallah ta'ala. And we will pray downstairs in the basement, in the musalla area downstairs, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And then we will also have time for lunch, and we will reconvene immediately after lunch. Inshallah, after Salatul Dhuhr, we'll make an announcement at exactly what time we will convene for the next session, inshallah ta'ala. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to place immense barakah in our time together and to allow us all to benefit. Jazakumullahu anna khayran. So inshallah, we'll have some time to refreshen our wudu, and we will pray at 2:10. Jazakumullahu anna khayran.
اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولك الكريم. Inshallah, we begin again, once again, with thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for this beautiful afternoon and the company that we have here. And in this session, I'm hoping to do two things. The first is something to do with you in relation to what I call Maqsad Al-Maqasid, a distant view. And I want to very honestly draw your attention to where we are sitting in the context of the Ummah of the Prophet ﷺ, and what can be done, inshallah, from places like this, and specifically this place. For one thing, there is a personal connection that I feel right from the beginning of the establishment of Al-Maqasid. There is a very sort of personal connection with this initiative. And so when I say a distant view, I actually have three perspectives. One is that I am physically away from Allentown, so that's a distant perspective on what's happening here. Number two, a distant view looking into the future, like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when we are all gone, what do we want to see in this place? What are we going to leave behind? And the third and the most important, I think, is this hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that you see. This is an, when you first read this text, you are puzzled. What is happening here? And we know that the news that the Prophet ﷺ gives, that's khabar, right? Khabar is something that comes from outside the human domain into the human domain that cannot be deducted or derived from the human perspective. So khabar from a prophet, any prophet and our prophet especially, is something that is revealed knowledge. Revealed knowledge is different from what we qasab, like the acquisition of knowledge. We exert our intellect, we exert our senses, and we develop systems, like all the scientific knowledge, for example, is iktisabi. It is acquired knowledge that human intellect can gain through experimentation, observations, and all the rest of it. Whereas the revealed knowledge is given to us, and the authenticity and truthfulness of the two is at two different levels. Number one, no matter how perfect our knowledge is, it's always going to remain inconclusive. It can never be exhaustive. We cannot gain knowledge of a single thing that we can claim that this is the totality of a knowledge about this thing. Never. Number two, anything that comes from the human domain with the human exertion is defective. It has built-in defects in it. Lack of completeness is in itself a defect, but it has the possibility of being wrong. Revealed knowledge can never be wrong. So what is told to us can never be wrong. So the Prophet ﷺ, he is actually saying that to his companions that قَدْ رَأَيْنَا إِخْوَانَنَا. He saw brothers. He saw our brothers. قَالُوا أَوَلَسْنَا إِخْوَانَكَ Ya Rasulallah, are we not your brothers? And he said, no. أَنْتُمَ صَحَابِي وَإِخْوَانُنَا الَّذِينَ لَمْ يَأْتُوا بَعْدُ. Brotherhood that he establishes with generations to come later on, and the characteristics that he mentions. So the prophetic foretelling of brotherhood. Now, what is the difference between the companions and brothers? Companions, by definition, are those who have the sohbah, who have who've been together. Brothers don't have to be together. This spiritual brotherhood that the Prophet ﷺ is talking about is at a different level of relationship, but we are still brothers. And they will come later, centuries later. So there is an article on brotherhood in the second volume as well. And just the concept of brotherhoods is just amazing in the Quran itself. Forgive me if I put a footnote. Sayyidah Aisha says that she was traveling and in the tent, she was in the tent and she heard two Bedouins talking to each other. And one of them said, the best dua a brother ever made for his brother, the best dua a brother ever made for his brother was the dua that Sayyidina Musa made for Harun to make him a companion in prophethood. And she said, I wondered about the wisdom of these Bedouins. These are in the desert, right? She's just in the tent outside, they're talking. Look at the brotherhood. This is in the article. So these are, this brotherhood that we are talking about is spiritual brotherhood. Because this is the khabar that this deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the last and it's never going to go away. This light is never going to go away no matter what they do. But in reality, the manifestation of this reality is going to happen at the human plane. It's not just theoretical, that the Quran is going to be some book somewhere in the library. It's in reality, it's in you and me, it's in real human domain. So in that sense, what I mentioned before, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opened this continent in Europe for us, for Muslims, He is actually manifesting His will and what's going to happen through real human beings like you and me. Those who willingly, consciously say, Labbaik, Allahumma labbaik, I am here. They are instrumental in the manifestation of the divine will. Because divine will happens through real human beings. Yani He can do anything, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can do anything, but it's not His custom to do that. His custom is to have sabab, have a cause that you and I can see. Otherwise, Musa alayhi salam, he didn't need the asa to split. Yani these are veils, as they say. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put veils upon His actions for reasons He knows. And so when I say Maqsad Al-Maqasid, meaning this place is not something that you and I or Sidi Yahya or anybody has established. There is a divine plan for His deen and for you and me and for everyone else. And those who willingly, consciously strive to align themselves with the plan, they are muflihun. They are the ones who are going to be given this honor because whatever is going to happen, Allah has willed it. So from that perspective, from that long perspective, when Muslims came to North America, when they came to Europe, what did they do? Who were they? Laborers, immigrants, second, third, fourth class citizens, struggling. But what did they do? They said they did exactly what the companions did. Just imagine, when the companions went to Samarkand, what was the immediate need? A masjid. We need to pray. They didn't even know the direction of the Qibla. That's why many masajids in those old places, they are not directed towards Qibla. Because how do you know? This sophisticated mathematics wasn't there yet. But they needed to pray, and they needed to pray towards Qibla. So they did what they did. You go to Morocco, even Karawin is not facing the Qibla. Even so, one of the oldest mosques, they have this, and David King did a wonderful study on those. And that didn't matter because it's the intention. You need to pray, and if you make your guess and you're not facing the Qibla, that's... Anyways, so when the first generations came here, what did they need to do? They need to pray. We'll establish masajids. This is such a primary level foundational work that this first generation of immigrants did after the Second World War. It started to happen in Europe and then in North America. We are blessed to have these places of worship. Just imagine what would we do without them. Like every city, every place. However, once the foundations are there, what do we need to do? We need to build on that foundation. We cannot be second, third class citizens just going to our masjids. We are not immigrants. This place, this earth belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When Musalma Kadhab sent the letter to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what did he say? Oh, Allah has divided the world in two halves. One half belongs to you, the other half belongs to me. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam wrote back, the earth belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and gives to whoever he gives to. And lanatullahi al-kadhibin. From that day onward, Musalma has always ever be Kazzab. Right? Because he claimed something which was... So Muslims should not accept that the political economic order of the world is divinely ordained to be what it is. It's not. It's really not. So when we say that we are establishing lighthouses on this continent, who am I to say this, but this is, we are talking about the metaphor of light. When we understand that this Mr. John out there has a candle, fitra built in, he hasn't come into contact with the flame, and he's not able to light his own candle. Who is going to light that candle? The one whose candle is already lit. So the function of Al-Maqasid and places like this is to just multiply these candles. Just millions of candles should just come out, inshallah. And that happens how? Not by theoretical discussions, but with actual human contact, because there is no substitute. There is no... Companions didn't sit home and sent epistles. They actually went out, and when people saw them, even this incident of Hudaybiyah that I was mentioning, you know what happened when the Quraysh sent their emissary, and he went back and he said, I've been to the court of the Kisra and the Kaisar and Kisra. What I saw today in the companions of this man, I've never seen anywhere. That was the eyewitness account, right? So if we, inshallah, have this plan, now candles cannot be lit without knowledge, because there will be candles of darkness. We have lots of them already. We don't need that. There won't be candles. There will be just... So knowledge and light, these are two very real. Now, I want to go back. Can you have that PDF? I want to go back why this is needed. So if you look at the situation in we are going to publish this first. As far as I know, this is the first analysis of the first Latin translation of the Quran by a Muslim. And this translation is like the foundational text which would shape the European understanding of the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for centuries to come. And this Dr. Ayman Jawad Al-Tamimi, he just finished his PhD. He's from UK. And mashallah, he knows Latin, he knows Spanish, he knows obviously English, he knows French. So I asked him to dig out the oldest manuscripts of the first Latin translation of the Quran and write this paper in the context. Now this is 1160 Robert of Catton. Now Robert of Catton I knew, and you all know him from as the translator of some of the scientific works. He was doing translations of Ibn al-Haytham and others in Spain. And this is also the time of the Crusades. So this one person, and I refuse to call him Peter the Venerable, because what he said to our Prophet ﷺ, after that, you cannot have venerables. He traveled to Spain and he said to this man, what are you doing translating these scientific works of these people? We want their real stuff. Give us the translation of the Quran. Give us the translation of these specific books of Sirah. So that's how, and he gave him a lot of money. So that's how the first Latin translation of the Quran came into. Now Latin is the language of culture, language of discourse in the 12th century. The first images of the Quran and of the Prophet ﷺ spread to Europe through this one work. See how important these foundational candles are, like whatever they create. It has taken us how many centuries, and we are still at the same place. Everything they are saying about the Quran now is in this work. Every single charge they have against the Prophet ﷺ is in this Latin collection. In the academic discourse, there are certain topics which continuously appear. Where did the Quran come from? Who were the informants, etc. About the Prophet ﷺ, especially about his marriage and all those things. So those things were foundational in the making of the image. Making of the image of the Quran and of the Prophet ﷺ in Europe. 12th century. And the way these things happen in civilizations, they are, those biologics they have invented, like they go into the system. They don't work at the superficial level of the body. They go inside the system and then they travel. So Divine Comedy, we sometimes praise it. But where he put Sayyidina Ali and where he put Prophet ﷺ, Yani Dante, how does that happen? Because these injections, these poisons, they travel in the civilizational currents, and then they produce millions of germs, and they infect the common mind at the lowest level, and things multiply. So people who have come to Islam in the Western world, each one of them, if you look at the situations, like we don't know every one of them, but they have to cross an ocean of darkness, literally, because when they grow up, it's in the air. This Latin Quran is the foundation of the German, French translations of the Quran. And German, French translations of the Quran are foundations of the English translations of the Quran. So this is the first work that actually compares what this Robert of Catton did in Latin, and at the end of the article we have a comparative table of the two works. Like from Latin, this Dr. Raymond translated from Latin into English, and then we have, if you go to the end of the article, there is a table there. Inshallah, this is coming in the next issue of our journal. Very end. There's a table, right? There's a table there. Another thing you will note is that they called it the law of the pseudo prophet. The Quran, the title is the law of the pseudo prophet, and there is a deep reason for that, because for them, revelation consisted of law because of the Bible. You do this and you don't do this. So that was one of. He also changed the number of surahs to 124, things like that. The reason I'm bringing this up is that foundational work is like going into the genetic structure of a thing. It takes a very long time to see the fruit, but when you see the fruit, it just multiplies and multiplies over generations. And it's very sad that we don't have the patience to do that. But had we done something in the 17th century, 16th century, when three powerful empires were there, and this was already there, can you imagine the state of the world now? 12th century, we have the first Latin translation of the Quran. And it's 21st century that we are responding to it. Isn't that painful? Like, look at the wealth of the Mughals and the Ottomans and the Safavids. Couldn't they correct this? Say, no, this is not our book. But inshallah, there is no despair in it, because we are where we are. And we are dealing with a real historical situation, meaning this air is filled at the genetic level with something against the Quran and Islam and the Prophet ﷺ. And we cannot run after every rotten apple. We'll just exhaust ourselves. We have to do genetic engineering. We have to go into the genes of this tree and correct it there. How do we do that? We do it at two levels. First is the level of human contact. This neighbor of ours, this person on the street, anyone who comes into contact with a Muslim should immediately perceive this person is different. He speaks differently. His tone is different. His body language is different. There is some light. Light itself is just convincing. If you see light, even the blind people, they see something different between they can perceive darkness and the light, difference between. So that's the first level. We cannot just be isolated from our environment. We need to establish relationship with these trees, with these bugs, with this everything that is out there. We need to have connection with this land. The original population, people who were here in Allentown before in Canada, we still have a lot of them. They have within their tradition leftovers of a revealed religion. And it's so important to establish relationship with the First Nations, with the Aboriginal population, because there would be a resonance. Number two, this is at the level of knowledge. Knowledge cannot happen overnight. Meaning, if we need to invest resources, energies into reconnecting with the tradition of knowledge that was that vanished starting from the 17th century. We need to be able to translate a large number of works from our tradition that will become more accessible at different levels of discourse. Number two, we need to have new tools for the spread of the message of the Quran based on that tradition, because there are just endless gems of beauty and wisdom in that. I just gave you the example of brotherhood. Sayyida Aisha is just reporting this. Bedouins are saying the best dua a brother could make was the dua of what a fascinating thing to see. And this is recorded. That's another fascinating thing. Like this is, I'm not making it up. It's there from the first hand, people who actually heard that. This uniqueness that we have, we need to revive this tradition. Because once this is a chain link fence, right? Once you have a chain link fence, inshallah, is solid. So, let me just say a few things about this IQ effort that we are making. Because the message of the Quran in this day and age requires an remaking of the lens with which we are reading the Quran. And the remaking of the lens requires approaching the intellect, the spiritual realm, the emotional realm, all of them together all at once. Dry scholarship is not going to help, and empty spiritualism is not going to help. Both of these things need to be grounded in the tradition, and they need to simultaneously provide solutions to millions of Muslims who are struggling with this darkness, who have absorbed and inhaled this darkness, this worldview in which the supreme standard is no higher than the human mind itself. And in order to do that, there may be other ways of doing it, but if you think of the Quran being the foundation, no Muslim is going to question that. This is the foundation. How are we going to tie ourselves to this foundation? Is through deeply understanding every single concept. We didn't get the time to talk about creation, for example. This foundational theme of the Quran, foundational theme impacting our worldview today. Because what do we have as the beginning of the world? We have the Big Bang model in physics, and we have the evolution model in biology. Life began like this, the cosmos began like this, and both of are deeply flawed, seen from the Quranic worldview. Deeply flawed. The beginning question, I'll end here. The beginning question is foundational. Everything begins with the beginnings. If we have the beginnings wrong, everything is wrong. Aristotle could not solve the question of the beginning of the cosmos. He could not solve the question of, everything was perfect. He could spin the tail to the nth degree if he had the beginning. So what did he do? His solution was matter was always there. He didn't have to start the matter. Once you have the matter, he could do everything, and he did everything. Matter was always there. Matter was eternal. Now, we have an example in our tradition. When the entirety of the Greek knowledge was translated through the translation movement, we sometimes take great pride in that, and it's okay. But what did it do? This translation movement was based on what? We sometimes think of the House of Wisdom. We feel very proud about it. But the reality is that these are This project was sponsored by the rich hierarchy of the Abbasid Empire, including the Khalifa himself. The entirety of Greek knowledge was brought into Arabic. This Dimitri Gutas wrote a wonderful book on Greek into Arabic, and he makes, he has his own take. He's dead now. When we started Islam and Science, I invited him to write an article on Islam and Science. And he wrote an article saying, I have been invited to contribute an article to this new journal, but I am afraid that I don't see any relationship between Islam and science. And number two, what are we talking about Islam? Which Islam are we talking about? Because the Abbasids had their own Islam, Umayyads had their own Islam. If you go to the subcontinent, there is a different Islam. So there is nothing, he said, that we can say is fixed, solid thing called Islam. So I've been asked to relate science to Islam, but this is a flawed project because there is nothing unchangeable which entity we can call Islam. And I had invited him to write this article. So I published that article along with my rebuttal. Then he got his student, Professor David Reisman, to write a rebuttal of what I had written. And I think 15 years later, somebody from Malaysia wrote an article in our journal again in 2018, making connections between. Now, nevertheless, his work on Greek translation is of very high caliber. However, in our tradition, what happened? When the Greek knowledge came into Islamic tradition, fundamental to that knowledge was Aristotle's concept of the beginning of the world, which he said matter is eternal. Now, we had two eternals now. We have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and we have the matter. These produced a fissure for the first time in tradition, an intellectual fissure of the highest order. And those Farabis and Ibn Sinas, those who became spokespeople for Aristotle, they had to somehow do what we are asked to do now in theory of evolution. They have to put Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala into the Aristotle's word somehow. So the philosophers who were impacted by the Greek knowledge, they produced a huge body of very influential works which started to percolate down to the common person. That had to be responded to. So the Mutakallimun who came, and somebody, I think you were asking that the language that they speak, the language we speak, they don't understand that language. Mutakallimun said, we are going to speak your language. We are going to show you in your language, using your tools of logic and philosophy and everything else, that your conclusion is wrong. That human intellect cannot reach the ultimate truth. You cannot base your metaphysics purely on the endeavors of the human intellect. This was a tremendous effort, but in the process of that, Mutakallimun themselves became impacted and affected by the wonders of their own logic, the wonders of their own reasoning. They could attack the philosophers and break the house of philosophy using their logic, using their techniques, purely not on the basis of revelation, but in the meantime, their own concept of a living creator who is closer to the Habl al-Warid, a living presence became affected. And that's why Imam Ghazali is great, because he went through philosopher, Mutakallimun, and he said, no, it's the witnessing. Both of you are missing that. Great arguments. But you cannot have a God that is so removed from your own being. You have to have a living relationship with a living God who is controlling you, who is controlling the cosmos, who is present everywhere, and that can only happen with witnessing. Ihya Ulum is just one single point, witnessing. Just experience it. Like you are a living being, otherwise you're just nothing, you're dead. So his contributions are so fundamental. And I think we need to do the same now. Because we are in the same situation. More or less, we are in the same situation. We have to speak the language of the science in order to convince these millions of Muslims that science is not the final arbiter. Science is not the final criteria to judge haq and batil. There is something else. So when we started this project, one of the fundamental audience was Muslims themselves. And personally, I have passion to inject a corrective in the academic discourse on the Quran, like genetic engineering. This 6 volumes of Brill's Encyclopedia of the Quran, the only other encyclopedia in any Western language sitting in every single library, we need to have IEQ sitting next to it. So that an unbiased undergraduate, whoever goes to look at the article on the wife of the Prophet ﷺ, at least he has something else to look at. Otherwise, he's just going to believe what this other work is saying. And likewise for every single article. And we need to stand up and say, look, Muslims believe the Quran is the revealed text. You believe the Quran is not the revealed text. We both have a fundamental premise. Both of these works are based on pre-assumptions. You cannot say that you cannot take. But you say this is Queen's equal rights for everyone. We have a right that our voice should be there. This is the Muslim perspective on their book. And this is your perspective on our book, on Muslim's book. So this, Karl Marx, he said that they cannot represent themselves, they need to be represented. We don't need to be represented. We need to stand up and say, we speak our own language, please. Let us hear what we have to say about our book. You can have your perspective, but at least be civil enough to say, okay, this is what Muslims believe. And we want to do it scholarly. We don't want to preach. And we want to say everything with solid, full academic apparatus. So, excuse me, I have said so much today. Excuse me, please. Allah.
I think I'm going to ask a question which I think may be in the hearts of a lot of people and they may not want to ask. A question that you and I have been asked for the last 16 years and will continue to be asked. And every time we go somewhere, we get asked the same question, which is that for most Muslims, they have very little time to read the Quran. It'll be an effort to read the translation, and it'll be an enormous effort if they read one tafsir. And so their question is, how is this work, an encyclopedic work, IEQ, different than a tafsir of a Quran? Why don't they just simply go to one tafsir? It's simple. It's a 5-volume, 2-volume, 3-volume, depending upon the mufassir they have at home. It is written in Arabic, but a translation of a tafsir, far more easier for them. What does then a project like IEQ offer over a tafsir for ordinary educated Muslims?
MashaAllah, very good question. We were talking with Ibn Sina at lunch. I don't like him. But he was a wonderful tabib. He was a wonderful medicine man. So he would put his finger on the pulse and he would be able to read the frequency of various vibrations to tell the person your heart is sick, your stomach is not good, your liver is diseased, etc. Like he could feel the whole body in the pulse. The question that you are raising, the answer begins with the person. I think the very first thing every one of us need to do is to put our hands on the pulse and say, what is ailing my heart? Meaning, reading the Quran, like millions of people are going for Hajj and Umrah, etc. They go and they come back. So if you are not the old woman of Nishapur who would just be recharged spiritually with reading the text of the Quran and just be filled with light, if you're just reading it and you're not getting anything out of it, and it's what is the disease that has affected me? That's the first question. Meaning, if the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not creating an ocean of light in me, I'm just doing it ritualistically, just like we go to say prayer and we go and come back and nothing changes in us. Like that's not the prophetic model. We have to, every single prayer has to take us somewhere. Every single ayah of the Quran that we read needs to have some impact on us. Reading a translation, again, I said, like translation, I've studied deeply almost every single translation available, and most of them are so problematic from the perspective of Aqidah, because some person is just so rational, he cannot even believe that the angels came during the day of Badr. So these are psychological forces that came. Like this is the level of. But even the best of the translations is not going to be able to put together all these 250 ayahs about the companions, for example, in one place and say, how this is fragmented knowledge. So the Quran operates at two levels. Number one, it's just the ocean of light, and we need to fill ourselves with as much light as possible, and that can only happen through coming into contact with the words, the actual kalam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So people must make all efforts to do that. But at the secondary level, and especially those who are professionals, PhDs and accountants or whoever, like people who have education, and they are dealing with real issues like evolution and beginning of the world and cosmology and those things, they can only receive that from a work like, even no tafsir is doing that. Because the mufassir is basically, most of them are interested in the ayah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. So, you mentioned a few things like how you can you can feel the pulse and see where the sickness is. And like Muslim society, Muslims are very sick at this time. And if this work is gonna have some kind of healing for them, like I saw the way, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, you can say things about how do you decide to select the topics, themes and person, places, the 5 things you're focusing on, and then alphabetically you're doing it and searching things from the book. Is it right, inshallah? So if the sickness among the Muslim community at this time of the age where we are is huge, and we identify the sicknesses, let's see, hypothetically, right? Common problems, and you mentioned materialism, secularism, what happened after the Renaissance and the colonization, westernization, modernity, etc. Right? If the veil is kind of like covering us, and if the receiver is not receiving the message, right? So are you looking into some, maybe you plan to do alphabetically throughout for the 7, or there's another option of identifying major themes, problems, issues and concerns which concerns Muslims and non-Muslims, and provide a volume just designed for that. And that will be helpful also to see, anybody wants to see, look about Sufism, right? And history of Hadith, and how people start believing about the Hadith and all the common problems which Muslims have, those understandings, and address that. And some other common thing in the modern time. I just want to hear from you, any ideas and any thoughts about those, inshallah.
Yeah, mashallah, that's a very practical concern. I mentioned genetic engineering and um, and the rotten apples. So obviously there are lots of real issues that Muslims, educated Muslims, are facing, specific issues, and there is a need to address all of them. And I don't know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put it into my heart that this currency note, currency bill that Bank of America issues. We have Bank of Canada. There is a gold reservoir. Gold reservoir is the real source for the paper bills. Any country, everywhere, the paper currency comes into existence and that circulates. You cannot take a gold earring and go to Costco or buy something with it. You buy with paper currency. Paper currency is issued on the strength of the gold. So if we have a gold reservoir, lots of paper currencies will come out of it. So my hope is that people will say, creation entry has this concentrate which I cannot use in my class or in my circle or wherever. It needs to be translated into a dilution, into a language, into something that I can use with the level at which I am operating. And if we don't have gold, then we don't have paper currency. So it's just, may Allah give tawfiq and ability and accept it from us. It's a very long road, and I'm hoping many more people would join, inshallah. You have a question. There's this brother here, and then, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Forgive me, this might be somewhat of a question out of left field, but when we think about the diseases in the modern way of thinking, and we see the evolution of technology these days, like with artificial intelligence, I'm wondering if there is a void or a potential opportunity for work like this to be incorporated in some sort of Islamically based artificial intelligence that can analyze information not from a quote unquote rational perspective, but from an Islamic perspective.
Yes. So the means through which light can spread needs to be adapted to the times in which we are living. I have no reservations about that. When we have, for example, an entry on brotherhood, we all need brotherhood and sisterhood. We need to have that bond, and in the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the scholarship associated with that particular theme gives us levels of brotherhood. And they say the first level is the human level. We are all children of Adam, so there is a fraternity among all children of Adam alayhi salam at that level. So we are all brothers and sisters at that level. Then they say, then there is the second level where those who have accepted the invitation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala over centuries to believe in Him and do what He tells through different prophets. So there is the brotherhood of the believers at that level. Then they say there is a special brotherhood of Islam that came with the Prophet ﷺ. And then they say there is even a khasul khas, yani there is a special of the special of those who are on the path and those who are holding hands, and there is a spiritual brotherhood of these candles and these lighthouses. So these are the levels. Now somebody who wants to take all these levels of brotherhood and write a book or make a video or make something that impacts a common person's understanding of what brotherhood is. So these things are possible. They perhaps should happen because not everyone is going to read this text. We are very conscious of that. It's very difficult text to read. It's very difficult text to write. But without this, like, once you go to the store and you get this concentrated orange juice, you come home, you put 3 cans and it becomes drinkable for many people. Nobody can drink the concentrate, or very few people need it. So there are all these levels, inshallah. This will happen.
Assalamu alaikum. The question is, why? What are the points of criticism with regards to Ibn Sina?
Yeah, mashallah, mashallah. There is a sister going to ask the question in the back. Mashallah, it's a very, I don't want to go into personal things, but his life wasn't what it should have been if he was a tabib. And famously, Imam Ghazali again, he said he was a doctor who could not cure himself. So the influence that Aristotle had on his thought, he's a huge scholar, he's a huge philosopher, he's a huge thinker, and impact that he had on our tradition is huge. And if we didn't have Imam Ghazali, perhaps things would be very different. But if you read Tahafatul Falasifa, out of the 20 beliefs of the philosophers, Imam al-Ghazali says 3 of them are outright kufr. One is the eternity of the word, which Aristotle said and Ibn Sina said. So they try to Islamize it, but this is a huge problem. The word is not eternal. It has been created in time by the creator. Number 2, they said that the creator does not know the particulars. He only knows generally. His knowledge is not concerned with and he said this is also outright kufr. So people like Ibn Sina, they have their huge influence on our tradition, but it's like Abu Bakr Zakaria Razi, for instance. He was one of the great physicians of all times. And when Baghdad was going to be established, the foundations of the city were to be being laid out, Abu Mansur, he went to him and he said, you tell me, out of this huge region, where shall the city be built? And he also asked the same question to astrologers. And so Abu Bakr Zakaria Razi says, let me come back to me after 1 month. So he took fresh meat from fresh animals slaughtered and he put pieces of meat to different trees at distances. And 1 month later, he made a second round and saw where the meat had petrified and where the meat was relatively still fresh. And he said, this is the place where you build. And the astrologers told him, this is the most opportune time to lay the city of Baghdad. And they were wrong, because you saw how much trouble Baghdad have had over its history. So the problem with Ibn Sina, to answer your question briefly, is that the Qibla was changed. His Qibla was changed. Sister has a question, I think, somewhere. Yeah.
We'll take one more questions from the sister, inshallah, and then we'll transition.
I was wondering, when studying the Quran, how do we join between understanding the meaning from tafsirs, like the surface-based, like intellectual-based meanings, and gleaning a deeper, more personal understanding from the heart?
At the most important level, it is the feeling that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking to me personally. The ayah that I'm reading, I've understood the meaning, words, etc. But when I read that ayah, it is addressing me personally. That transformation was something that the companions of the Prophet ﷺ, they would cry all night after reading an ayah. When the ayah came that La Allah, La Sata Karib, and maybe the Sa is near, the one who was going to put this morsel in his mouth through it. He couldn't eat. If the Qiyamah is like, so there the impact that the Quran had on the companions is our guide. So when we recite, we need to internalize that this is me who is being addressed by my creator, and I'm going to go to him. You know, is that first level. The second level is that the meanings of the Quran in each of these ayahs is like an ocean. You get the first layer by reading the translation. Then you look at the words in that one ayah. And there are certain key terms of the Quran, like Ulaika humul muflihun. Alif Lam Mim Dhalikal Kitabu La Rayba Fi Hudal lil Muttaqeen. This is a book that is of guidance to the muttaqeen. So when I read this ayah, when I say, well, who are these people? Who is a muttaqi? How does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala define a muttaqi? And then I want to become like that, because that's like, now this magnet is going to attract me because now it is addressing me. So there are ways to do that, inshallah.
جزاكم الله عنا خيرا. جزاكم الله عنا خيرا. Inshallah, I wish we had many days and much more time together, but alhamdulillah, we still have some time, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to place barakah in that time. We'll take a brief 5-minute break. We can refresh ourselves, come back, inshallah ta'ala, and we will have our final session, which will be a conversation, inshallah ta'ala. So we will reconvene at 4:20 exactly. Inshallah. Jazakum Allah anna khairan.
ta'ala. Bismillah. Before I turn it over to Dr. Muzaffar to lead this final discussion, inshallah ta'ala, I just wanted to first and foremost, from the bottom of our hearts, thank him for coming all the way to see us and not forgetting us, and to really emphasize, and it doesn't need my emphasis, but just to say this to encourage those who are present and those who are listening and those who will listen at a later time. I genuinely believe that this project, i.e. the Integrated Encyclopedia of the Quran project, is one of the most important projects on the face of this earth, especially in the English language. And may Allah Ta'ala reward Dr. Muzaffar for his selfless commitment to this project for so many years, and that everything that he's had to endure in the process, all of the objections, all of the loneliness, that all of the struggles, that, and inshallah ta'ala, that I truly hope that as a result of what he's done, that inshallah ta'ala, that when he meets his Lord after a long life, that he's going to have a long line of some of the greatest imams in the history of this religion being ready to greet him and to bring them into their ranks, inshallah ta'ala, of those who spent their lives defending the Quran and to giving it its true due. And I just wanted to just add to that discussion on why this is such an important work. And Dr. Muzaffar gave us two beautiful metaphors or ways of thinking of it, in terms of gold and in terms of concentrate. And this right here is essential for the future of Islam in the English-speaking world. And then hopefully it gets translated into other languages as well. And what this can also be to bring this down so that we can figure out why everyone here needs a copy that on our shelves and we engage regularly, is that this will help every teacher, every student understand whatever topic that they're studying or whatever topic they want to present, connected to the Quran in a very, very deep way. And this in and of itself could lead to countless amount of lectures, countless numbers of lessons, countless numbers of khutbahs, because of the beauty of what's here. And that all in the process, through this 1,400 plus year incredible legacy of scholarship that we have in an integrated fashion, connecting people back to the Quran, which is at the essence of what this project is about that, looking at what has transpired for all these years of Islamic scholarship and everything that they've done as a part of this incredibly beautiful tradition. And all of it ultimately points back to the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is nothing short of a masterpiece. And anyone who knows and who reads it and looks at the meticulous degree of scholarship that is here, and the people that Dr. Muzaffar has hand-chosen and supervised to produce this work, this is one of the greatest examples that we have of that scholarship, traditional scholarship in our time in the English language. And so everyone here should have a copy of this book, and inshallah ta'ala, once volume 2 arrives, as at volume 2, and our hope is that Dr. Muzaffar will be given tawfiq that complete the vision, which is to finish 5 more volumes, inshallah ta'ala, for a total of 7 billion ta'ala. So I just wanted to say that at the outset. And there's so many different excerpts that you could quote from to give you snippets. We saw some of them in the presentations, but there's many, many, many more. And in fact, every page that you start reading, it draws you. And that it doesn't necessarily read like a book from beginning to end, but that would be one of the most beneficial times you would spend is to read literally from the beginning to the end, because it's replete with so much that wisdom and benefit. So, Jazakumullah khair, Dr. Muzaffar. May Allah strengthen you, and thank you for coming to visit us and share that so many pearls of wisdom and gems. And Allah Ta'ala give you good health and strength, and inshallah ta'ala the highest of aspiration to complete this project, inshallah ta'ala, and do many other things. Because I was reading the conversation that you had on evolution with Dr. Nasser, and apparently there might be another book coming out on evolution as well. So side projects in addition to the main one. I think if you want to just lead us in how you envision kind of this last bit of the conversation, inshallah ta'ala.
Mashallah, you have already begun this last conversation, something that just Allah put into my heart when you were talking about the ways this work can be used by you. And what came to my mind is a 6-year-old grandson, my daughter Noor's son, Latif. Mama, are angels real? Is the question. 6-year-old, Mama, are angels real? You take the entry on angels. There is one place where everything Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned in the Quran about angels is present. Digest it and bring this in a very intimate way when the son or grandson is going to sleep. Just read, just tell the person in that language, in their language, what is it that we believe in angels. And just that consciousness of this boy, this girl, this grandson is going to sleep with the presence of angels. Angels are going to protect you if you make this dua. This is what our Prophet has told us. Angels are recording what you say, what you do, like all of those things in one place. If you're a teacher, we have an article on animals in the Quran, all the 32 animals in one article. Their Arabic name, the context in which they appear. You can make stories out of every Ashabul Fil, the people of the elephant. This kind of transmission of the Quranic knowledge at that level is going to be so important when these children grow up. Like they are just filled with this otherworldly message at this age. So my hope is that this is at a different level, but out of this level, there are several levels of delusions possible according to the needs of the person using it. At the highest level, as I said previously, I cannot stand the thought that Muslim voice is absent from the academic discourse on the Quran. This is not acceptable at all in this day and age when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed this Ummah with so much. Other people cannot be telling the word what the book says. But for us, at that level of community, I would really like to see teachers, for example, people like, people are different, working in different fields to say, this article, I can turn it into this form, and that would be effective for this group of people. We have an article on Dawah, for example. In the second volume, we have an article on calling of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. People who are doing Dawah, they can perhaps get a lot of material out of it. So this project is like, it's as I said, it's providing that goal, inshallah, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it from us, and We are very small people. People who came before us, what they have left behind is just so enormous, and the level and the depth of their works. Each one of them. Subhanallah, can't we have mothers bringing Imam Ghazali and Raghul Asfahani into the consciousness of these little children growing up and saying, who was he? Like, why do they not have to? They need to have companionships, right, with these people. So just little injections on a daily basis of something from our tradition.
On that note, I was actually going to hope that you started, but you actually sparked something in my mind now that I maybe wanted to ask you a question. From the blessing of Allah Ta'ala, I grew up early on when I first became Muslim in the community of Sheikh Hamza Yusuf. And Sheikh Hamza Yusuf had this beautiful way of instilling deep respect for his students into our tradition and the great imams of it. And it's just something that you got by being in those environments, that you just loved these great imams and you honored them and you just saw yourself literally as nothing in front of them, even though you didn't really know the details. And then as you start to study a little bit, you start to get snippets of why they were such great individuals. And you get this feeling even more so then that you actually really don't know who they are. And I've oftentimes felt, of course, establishing an educational institution that's attempting to teach the basics to the upcoming generation in our time and hopefully in the future generations. This is one of the big things that's lacking, this respect for our tradition and the great bearers of that tradition. And I've oftentimes felt we have to go out of our way to fill in the blanks of things that were traditionally kind of understood. That context was there when people were reading these great works, whereas nowadays we have to go out of our way to teach people about the great imams. What did they really accomplish? Like, why were they so great? Why was their scholarship so rigorous? And one of the ideas, we're actually in the process of restructuring. Most of the students here, this will be the first time they've heard this. And some of our students who actually did year one are going to be going back into year one because it's going to look quite different than this year's year one. And what I felt is one of the most important classes is, we haven't titled yet, but the meaning of it is essentially kind of like a intellectual history, but focusing on the biographies of the great imams, kind of beginning from the early period, and for lack of a better word, that the historical development of the sciences, taking that with a can of worms. I know we don't fully speak of it as such, but just to get the concept out there. Looking at how the science of hadith came about and in its various stages, the science of tafsir, the other ulum, the science of fiqh, of course, and tasawwuf and its various development, just broad strokes, focusing on the lives of the great imams. And the hope there is that one, is that this also helps us understand what happens much later when the traditional Muslim world that meets modernity, and that all of the fissures that then happen and the fractures that take place as a result, and that to really understand what does it mean to be from Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah in great detail, that through the lens of some of these great bearers of the tradition. And just some thoughts on that and the importance of that, and any practical advice that you would give us to as we kind of try to craft this course, and with that goal in mind, to really introduce this to people, the greatness of this tradition, the great imams of this tradition, and that really understanding, and hopefully that when we see the different responses to modernity, that people become convinced that this really is the only response, i.e. the traditional response, that we're going to really be able to maintain continuity with the past and then do that, not making claims to do what they did during their time and our time, but at least attempting to do so. So any thoughts that you might have on that?
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. What transmission of light here. Before IEQ project kind of, I always say it just took me. I didn't take it, it took me. So everything in my life was just into this ocean. But before that, I was actually working on a similar project. It was called the Architects of Islamic Civilization. Architects of Islamic Civilization. And the first volume of that work was to actually base what I briefly mentioned, that Islamic civilization is the product of a revelation. And Islamic civilization was not the first civilization that emerged on the basis of a revelation. It was the last such civilization to have come into existence on the basis of revelation. The revealed knowledge is a kinetic force, is the real mover of everything that emerged in our civilization. And this dichotomy of the religious sciences and the worldly sciences, that happened much later, much later. Initially, knowledge itself was the main concept. Of course, there were branches of knowledge, but when diversification happened, then these great imams started. They are all in response to the emerging realities within the communities. Imam Bukhari didn't start to compile his book in vacuum. There was a real need, and they say that the titles of the Babs in Sahih Bukhari, this is very well known, they have much deeper meaning. He is actually responding to some of the deficiencies in the aqaid, and sometimes he doesn't even have as a hadith under that bab. But the reason that bab is there, he's responding to one of the problems that had occurred. So the second thing that came to my mind is the following, and it's a very distant comparison, but I do want to make it because it probably makes it easier to understand. If you recall a day in the life of James Joyce, a day in the life of Joyce short novel. The father in this novel, Joyce has this wonderful short novel. The father takes the son, this is in Ireland, to Dublin. Many years later, father is old, the boy is 6-year-old, and the father goes back to his city after many years, and he's just filled with memories, and he's just filled with emotions, and he's constantly talking. You see that shop? I used to go there. You see that shop? Oh, do you see this man? He used to be so young. He's just talking, and the son is totally uninterested. And the father's goal is to go to the school where on a bench he scratched the surface of the wood with his name. So if they make great efforts and this journey goes on, and finally the father reaches the classroom and he finds the bench. 50 years ago, he had written his name on the wood there, and he just jumps up like he's just so emotional. The son just looks at him. What's wrong with this man? Like he has no connection with that past. So when the currency of the environment in which we live, you only need to say Einstein. You don't need to define, you don't need to tell anybody what Einstein did or didn't do. It's enough of a currency. But you say Raghib al-Isfahani, what? Blanks. So this project is so important, really, because these children are not going to believe that they were great just because we say they were great. Just as that boy had no connection with father's emotion because the memory wasn't boy's memory, the experience wasn't boy's memory. Why were they so? What did they do? So even if just that kind of series of works and teachings and courses appear, in which we actually have an intellectual map of this civilization as it progressed from the time of the Prophet. The time of the Prophet ﷺ is so amazing because question did not arise. It's so amazing because the transformation of the hearts was so deep and so intense that the intellectual deficiencies were suppressed in the light of the transformation of the heart. we didn't have questions, but you see this first hadith of Sahih Muslim. There is a preamble about Qadr. Kitabul Iman, the sixth pillar is the belief in the Qadr. Imam Muslim puts a preamble. What happened, why this question arose, to believe in the Shar and the Khair and the Shar. This Jibril. This Jibril has the last part of the Qadr. The questions arose in a real life context about the belief in the Khair and the Shar and the free will. If everything is decreed in my life, I am to believe in Khair and Shar, and this is still a question in human. What is the sphere of human freedom? If everything has been decreed, then people, like the question, if Abu Jahl was decreed to go to hell, he couldn't believe in the revelation because it was already decreed. These were and still are real questions about the sphere of the human freedom. Maybe not at the level of children, but at least. But these people, these geniuses, these minds who produce the answers to these real questions, who were they? And I really wish that there are still places in the world, like I mentioned, I go to Nishapur. It's one of my great favorite. I just love the air and presence there. So if we cannot go there, at least we can bring those lives in a real manner to the hearts and minds of this next generation and give them the reason why were they great. Because they dealt with the real life questions. Architects of Islamic civilization. And civilization...
Any publications on that? Or?
No, I just have my notes. I have lots of files with individual names. I bought, there was a new thing that came. It's a plastic box in which you can put index cards and you turn the wheel and it turns. So each century... It's actually very interesting.
So how do we get access to these notes, Sani?
Yeah, I can give you.
You
can even use
the project,
yeah, you can even use the name Architects of Islamic Civilization. It's a wonderful name, Architects of Islamic Civilization. So each century, each of these 14 centuries, has a timeline, and it's so interesting. My sister is going for Hajj, inshallah, and I said I'm going to share something personal. Ali Usman Hujweri, may Allah have mercy on him, he wrote the first book on Tasawwuf in our tradition in Persian language. And he was sent to Lahore back in 450 Hijrah. And I grew up, our house was like walking distance from where he's buried. And at that time, the zikr after Fajr from that masjid was it would just fill the whole environment with La ilaha illallah. La. It was just, it would just. So I have a deep connection with him. And over these 50 years or whatever, I've gone back to Kashful Mahjub over and over and over. There is a chapter, like Imam Ghazali did that too, Israrul Hajj. Israrul Salah, Israrul Zakat. I took that, actually I have it in my backpack, the text. I said to my sister, you're going for Hajj? So Hajj is Zahir and Batin. And you will do the rituals, you'll do whatever is needed, but there is something deeper, something, we have to understand the inner Hajj, what happens inside, what are these stations. And Kashful Mahjub, Ali Usman Hujweri, may Allah have mercy on him, has a hikayah from Junaid, rahimahullah. He says that a Haji returned and Junaid, may Allah have mercy on him, asked him, so have you done your Hajj? He said, yes, I've done my Hajj. He said, when you left your home to go to Mecca for Hajj, and you put on this ihram, did you discard the worldly clothing of your heart? He said, no, I didn't do that. He said, you didn't put ihram. When you arrived in Kaaba, in the Masjid al-Haram, and you looked at the house of Allah, did that impact you to the extent that all other houses were demolished from your heart? He said, no, I didn't do that. He said, you didn't look at the house of Allah. When you did the sa'i, like it's a series of questions and answers, a hakaya in this. I have it in my backpack here. SubhanAllah. So these refer to the stations of the journey. And this kind of purification that happens. So if we have a series about, say, these people, we have 5 of them in our tasawwuf, for instance. Like they are not empty people. They have traveled the stations of the heart, which we are all traveling as well. That will be wonderful, inshallah.
Afwan. Assalamu alaikum. Earlier, you mentioned Imam al-Ghazali, radiallahu anhu, and also you mentioned Imam al-Bukhari, Imam Muslim, and their contribution, and how they were dealing with the real issues of the day, and how you also had mentioned that we need an Imam al-Ghazali or someone to do what Imam al-Ghazali did in our time, and speaking to sort of the language that people are used to today. Could you potentially give an example of something that could be addressed and how we could apply that sort of methodology to a current problem in a similar way to the way that Imam al-Ghazali dealt with the challenges of his time?
MashaAllah. One of the greatest issues that we are facing is in reference to the natural sciences. As I mentioned, the paradigm shift that happened in the construction of the modern worldview is primarily based on the authority of science. By authority of science, I mean each civilization and each era has a dominant, it's a hierarchy, and there is a dominant force that convinces the common person about the veracity of the truth that this civilization is claiming. And I say this is the age of science because remember what happened during COVID, when the COVID first started? I think it was Trump who started it. One of the first public press conferences and the appearances, this president of the country is making claims about a scientific disease or an issue, and he has Dr. Fauci standing behind him. And I watched him very intently. Every few minutes he would do this, and he would expect Dr. Fauci to do this. Why? Because Dr. Fauci is the face of science for the public. He's the authority, and Trump is speaking on behalf of science on the basis of this person who wasn't even a scientist, he was a public health officer. Nevertheless, he became the face of authority. So if Trump was the paper currency, to use my previous example, Fauci was the gold. Because what has happened in the world, every single president and prime minister started to copy that. Every single this model was here. Canada, Pakistan, everyone would have a face of a scientist behind politicians telling us about the science, but on the authority. That actually reminded me of a scene in the Qur'an where Sayyidina Musa goes to Fir'aun. And he says, who is your Rabb? Mar Rabbuka. He even doesn't say man. He says, Mar Rabbuka. Then Sayyidina Musa says, he's the one who created the earth and the samawat. This is Surah Taha. Very, very graphic scene. And he says to his courtiers, look at this man, he's mad. and this is magic. Or when he does the asar, he says this is magic. So the authority at that time was of magic. So he has his magicians as his authority, as his real gold, even though he's Firaun, but he still relies on the power of the magicians. That's why he calls the magicians to have an encounter with Sayyidina Musa. So in our age, it is the science. And the authority of science is such that even in the popular level, scientists have said this. Scientists have discovered this. No one questions that. No one, no, yes, as if scientists are. So if we were to use the same methodology as Imam Ghazali did through philosophy, mantiq, like his work on it is just amazing because he demolished the house of philosophers using their methodology. He spoke their language and he showed what you claim to have arrived at through your methodology is incorrect because of this method, this reason, in your language, in your processes. So for us to break the idols of modernity, I think methodology is quite similar in terms of, like I gave the example of the beehives, for example. This is pure mathematics. Hexagonal structure is, we are not talking about the Wahi, we are not in Surah Al-Nahl, we are not talking about the language of the Quran. We are talking a language of mathematics. Bees could not have had international conferences all over the world to say we are going to construct hexagonal structures. So I have a conversation with William Dembski in a previous issue of the journal. He's mashallah, yani he's a Catholic. He has done his PhD in mathematics and in philosophy and in theology, 3. And his work is wonderful in terms of showing that it could not have been mere chance, no matter how many millions of years we have for life to emerge in this specified complexity. Michael Behe, his colleague, we also have a paper by him. Michael Behe took one little bacteria, flagellum, in the human body, and he showed chemically that this chemical that needs to be produced at precisely at this time for this movement is dependent on 10 different chemical reactions in the series, and all of these are so timed and complex that they could not have evolved on their own. They had to be designed. This is total language of science, like there is no religion involved. So in order to break the spell of scientism on the Muslim mind especially, I think we have to use this kind of, I hope I have given you some. Yeah.
And what would you say the role of the studying the philosophy of science could play on this? How important would that be? And could this be something that could potentially become a part of madrasa curriculum, that we learn the basics of this in order to help? Is that, how important do you think that is?
Mashallah, mashallah. So the project of science that I think can really be very helpful is a comprehensive understanding of the enterprise of science. And by that I mean there is philosophy of science, there is history of science, there is politics of science, there is economy of science, because only certain projects are funded. And there is obviously there is a methodology of science that's at a different level. So if we put together a comprehensive course which opens these windows, that would be so beneficial, inshallah. Yeah.
Bismillah, assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair, mashallah. So now we see, alhamdulillah, that when people who are intellectual and they're spiritual as well, Allah, it's a great combination, because most of the time you mention in your talks, like the reason became the king, and Unfortunately, we see that in the present time, how when the intellect takes over and it's being so much respected and even at the level of being worshipped, right? And how then it takes the the form of the ego, and they so become so deluded and so closed from other perspectives. And the avenue of science which you mentioned, it's a good avenue because this is the age of science and technology and many other things at the same time. But you took the avenue of science and being very brave about it, mashallah. But the scientists which I see are already closed off from that concept and not being open to understand how Muslims, how Islam can enter and address some of the common challenges which we have through the door of science. And you've taken that path. And I just want to see what are some of the ways where we can have, we can approach those individuals who are the people of intellect and reasons and show this way, inshallah.
You see, for Muslims, the enterprise of science is something like it has created a huge inferiority complex, because science is the currency of the time and we have no role in the making of this currency. So over the last 60, 70 years, we have started to claim that modern science is in fact based on what we did as in Islamic tradition. And because I have a foot in science and history of science, it is true that out of all the enterprises of science, Islamic scientific tradition is still the longest. It lasted for 800 years. There is no other enterprise of science in human history that has lasted so long. It's also true that the foundational contributions that Muslims have made because science is civilizational activity. Religion, as revelation, provides the metaphysical basis of the enterprise of every single civilizational activity, and science is just one of them. Architect is another one. Like nobody has problem with saying Islamic architecture. People, but as soon as you say Islamic science, people say, oh, no, there is no such thing as Islamic or Hindu science. Science is just science. No, science is deeply rooted in a worldview, because ultimately science is studying the natural world. Its object of study is perceived through a lens. The subject that science studies, most of the sciences study, are the physical world, for example. But the scientist who is looking at this tree can be looking at this tree from different perspectives. And the Sharia, the revealed knowledge, provides that perspective of this tree, which the scientist is going to study into minute details on each and every vein of the leaves and everything. But the metaphysical framework is constructed by meta-scientific framework. If we were to do something, we have to attack the metaphysical basis of the enterprise of science, so that it becomes clear that this is not an objective study of the phenomena. Phenomena is based on form. Forms come into existence through nomina. Forms are not independent in themselves. Forms are not permanent entities. So Muslims, Al-Baruni, this thermocouple that's going to start this air conditioner when the temperature goes, it's based on one single primary concept, that every substance has a specific heat. each substance has different. So copper has a specific heat. We have an entry on copper in the second volume. Can you imagine Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions copper in the Quran? This thermocouple that starts this, Muslims did not invent thermocouple. But Al-Biruni is the first person in history of science who said that there is a distinction between temperature and heat. He said, put honey and water on the burners for the same amount of time, and then if they are both at same temperature, put your finger in honey and put your finger in water. You will feel difference because the amount of heat in honey is inherently different from the amount of heat contained in water. Now, distinction between temperature and heat at that time in the 11th century, introducing the concept of specific heat, and centuries later someone say, if I make a thermocouple, because this copper that is in the thermocouple is going to expand and contract differently, like when it, and I can make the contact with the electrical circuit because now the copper is going to expand because it heated up, the temperature went up, the copper heated up, this tiny little thing, and the circuit is now connected. And when copper cools down a little bit, the circuit goes off, thermocouple says stop. We have an invention. Now, anyone who says, Muslims invented thermocouple is mixing pure gold with fake gold. Pure gold is the concept of specific heat, specific to each substance. And the fake gold is that we invented thermocouple. We didn't, but we have invented, we have given this concept. Al-Biruni gave this concept. So I want to claim my pure gold. And I want to teach my grandchildren, this is pure gold. Don't mix fake with it because that came from it, because you're devaluing your real gold by mixing it. So I don't know if I have answered your question. I'm sorry. Yeah, there is. Stay in the back, and there is brother here. Go ahead.
You kind of alluded to this before earlier. You mentioned something about the Big Bang and then evolution. They're kind of like the same topic, if you will, because a lot of people, when they focus on evolution, they think of biological evolution. But there's like chemical evolution, there is planetary evolution, there's cosmological evolution. Are we questioning all of that? And where do we draw our lines? And then where do we replace it with? It seems, is there a worldview of the origins of our physical universe? Even the word physical universe has to be questioned. What do we mean by that? So is there something to replace it? Is there an elaborate account to replace all of that?
MashaAllah. Wonderful question and very, very important question in the current situation, because this has taken over the mind, and people have just accepted it, and those who haven't accepted it have not been able to provide an answer. So the worldview of creation, there is an entry on creation in the second volume. This is a very, very old question. And the ayahs that deal with creation actually deal with, the Quran has a cosmology of its own. It's a fully elaborate picture of the cosmos. The problem comes in understanding through testable, verifiable, experimental processes what is meant by Sab'a Samawat. When we say 7 heavens, we translate 7 skies. It doesn't really convey anything concrete as opposed to the Big Bang model, for instance, which is very specific. Now, our scholars, especially Razi, has a huge amount of data on these ayahs in his tafsir, and he's just amazing. He's an amazing mind. Sky, the samawat, sama dunya is understood to be everything that is accessible to the human experimental processes. The sixth tibaka, yani they are layered one upon the other. The six other samawat, they are not even accessible to us. So we are talking about a finite portion of the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And there is a very mysterious mention of mithlahunna, of 7 earths, similar to the 7 samawat, layered. We are only dealing with one earth, the planet Earth itself, which is part of the cosmological scheme as we have discovered. I don't want to come across as if I am discarding everything, because I have studied science for so long in my life, and there is reality to it. I'm not discarding what is known. What I'm saying is that metaphysical framework in which this cosmology and this biology appears is deeply flawed on scientific basis, as I gave the example of William Dembski's work. I have a conversation with him on our website. We published that paper. I have a second conversation which is coming up. So there is a room to work with Michael Behe's and William Dembski's and other people who are deeply who are recognized as fully operational. Michael Behe is still a professor of biology, etc., to come up with a different metaphysical framework in which the known scientific facts can be put together to construct a narrative that does not take the creator out of the equation. The problem is that we cannot import Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala into this house of idols. He won't fit there. It's not being respectful. It's just being intellectually barren, using somebody's house and coming with our own halal thing. We should be able to make our own house. Yani, why not? Why can't we come up? We don't have the possibility right now of practical science happening under that framework. But theoretical science always comes first. Newton came first. Newton's laws of gravity came first. And then the steam engine was invented. So the process is there, that we need to construct a metaphysical framework, incorporate what is authentically, experimentally known in the biological sciences, in the physical sciences, into that framework. And when we do that, we would have transformed modern science into something other, even though we will keep some of the experimental methods, for example. The experimental methods are totally, there is ethics involved in some of them. There are ethical questions like, can you make an atomic bomb, for example? Or are you going to put millions of dollars into these drones that are going to kill our children in Gaza? All of those questions are there. But enterprise of science is something that really, really needs Muslim attention at the highest level. Sister has a question.
Just before she asks a question, could you say there, Sidi, that there's a deep wisdom in why Allah Ta'ala presented it as it is, and that our attempt to desire something concrete needs to be curbed? In other words, is that definitive knowledge of these things can't necessarily fully be grasped with the intellect, and the attempts to explain some of these things that you have in like metaphysical tasawwuf, like Sheikh Al-Akbar, have always remained controversial when he speaks about the maratib al-wujud and things of that nature, because these things are meant for a chosen few to be, and what suffices us is to know that Allah is the one creating, but exactly how. So like, if our impulse is, we have to know, maybe that needs to be curbed. Is that?
Mashallah, yes. This greed, Yes, and this greed, when it is propelled with the intent of mastering this particular branch so that we can exploit it and make some dollars out of it. Yes, that's very true. That some things are never going to be within human reach, because otherwise we will be out of place. We will be out of place. And likewise, the life we cannot. Nobody can create anything from nothing. Like, it's impossible. So we can master medicine to the extent of being beneficial to the suffering of an individual or a whole human race, etc. But we cannot say that we are going to master, we are going to create, we are going to make you live forever, for example. Right? Sister.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, I'm going to attempt to gather my thoughts because this is just bringing up so many wonderful things. So first, I just want to say, mashallah, this is an astounding work of, I feel like we're witnessing like Islamic history transforming in the moment, and I just want to acknowledge that. May the barakah of what you're gifting all of us here and everyone beyond just spread. So just want to name that. I have two quick comments and then a question that's kind of already being addressed. So first, I just want to, the piece you were saying about the pure gold just really clicked when you were giving that example about copper. Quick random story. I've been shopping for a new bed and I saw this new, shopping on Costco and all these different things now, technology. And one of the new beds is like a copper infused bed. And I was like, what is a copper infused bed, And there's a whole technology now around preserving of the heat, yada, yada, yada. And it just made me think about what you were saying about the importance of representation of Muslim scholars within the world of academia and how oftentimes there is such a lack thereof, and how the colonization and sort of devaluing of some of these, core essences is what contributes to perhaps the continuity of Islamophobia and just kind of so many of these pieces. So just the power of that and that pure gold you talked about. So I just want to say first quick story. The second quick story about the architects of human civilization, just so beautiful to really think about what's possible with that. I had to submit a paper today for a final class, and it was the essay prompt was, how can we reliably know that the Quran has been reliably preserved? And I had to write this whole 10 to 12 page essay, and I wrote about like Zayd ibn Thabit and the caliphs. And I remember asking one of my friends, I was like, have you heard of Zayd ibn Thabit? And they were practicing Muslim, and she's like, I have no idea who that is. And I was like, wow, I would not have known about this person who is such a huge key role in describing of the Quran. It just makes me think how much more there is that isn't available, and just what's going to happen as a result of the resource of IAT. And I'm like, that would have been great to have before I submitted my paper. So I think it will really change like Islamic knowledge and acquisition for future generations to come. So that's my second quick story. And then now going back to my question then is a little bit about science and kind of what you envision going forward. When I think about the attachment that people are now having to science and sort of this clinging of and technology, and even what Sheikh Yahya was just saying around the impulse to know, how do we curb that? And perhaps because I'm a psychologist, a lot of what I center is I feel like fear is the essence of what a lot of our Ummah is experiencing, and why we want to know, right? And why science feels like the place that gives the security and the knowledge that we have. And so I'm just curious, it seems like you have this roadmap within your head already around what's possible in terms of when you're talking about the metaphysical framework and kind of shifting towards that. I'm just so curious what you imagine in your mind around what's possible with this encyclopedia and what could happen for, our generations and the future generations to come as a result of this. So thank you for listening to my thoughts.
MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah. I'm really thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to all of you, because these kind of interactions, they are like sparks. They just hit you, and something else comes up that you have thought many years ago, and something. So let me just add to your story once, and then I'll come to your comments and the question. In the 15th century, the highest level of astronomical research was taking place in Samarkand. And you mentioned, I want to listen to about your experience. We went to Samarkand 1995 or 96. Ulugh Beg was the ruler at that time, and he built an observatory in Samarkand, which I visited at that time. And someone named Jamsheduddin Kashani from Kashan, Iran, was a mathematician, arrived in Samarkand. At that time, these scientists were attracted to these places of research. So he goes there, and 3 months later, he sends a letter to his father. And this letter is just a gold mine for any teacher. I tell my wife, like, this is just a gold mine. You will never exhaust this letter. There is so much in these 5 pages. He sent a letter to his father. He says, I'm sorry, my father. I'm sorry that I delayed sending you this letter. But when I arrived, I was immediately captured by the highest level of research happening here, and I was put to test by the Sultan. And by the way, the Sultan is a Hafiz of the Quran, and he can solve the 3rd level calculus equation sitting on the horseback, and he's memorized the whole Quran, and he's expert in Hanafi fiqh. And he says, okay, in this tunnel, in this observatory, make a hole from which the sunlight will come into the tunnel at the Asr time according to the Hanafi mazhab. So they put me to test to test my mathematical skills, and by the grace of Allah, I was able to do that. By the way, I need to tell you about so and so and so. And this letter is full of real life details happening in Samarkand, and this place is just wonderful. Samarkand is. So if we have Jamsheduddin Kashani coming alive in our children's minds, who is writing this letter, and this letter was translated by Edward Kennedy in the 1960s. He published it. He discovered the letter in Iran and he translated it, and now there is a new version of the same letter. Now imagine Samarkand to Isfahan. There is no Queen's postal service. How did the letter get there? Who brought the letter? What was the system, public system of mail at that time? Who was copying? What were these caravans doing? How was it possible for Ibn Sina and Al-Biruni? We published a translation of their correspondence many, many years ago in the journal. How are they? This is 2003-4. There's a book of correspondence between Ibn Sina and Al-Biruni, and they are discussing questions which were solved in the last decade, for example, about the structure of water molecule. This is written correspondence. They're saying, why does ice float on water? The question is, why does ice, when you got ice cubes in the water, they float on the water? Why? This is the question they're discussing. And Ibn Sina says one thing, and Al-Biruni writes back and says, Sheikh, I have broken many flasks. Ibn Sina said that because there is a vacuum that is created. You see, at that time, they didn't have refrigeration, so they used the winter months to do these experiments. They are actually physically putting sealed glass flasks outside at night. When the temperature drops to -10, -15, -20, water freezes. So Ibn Sina says that the vacuum is created in the flask. That's why this solid ice is less dense than water, hence it floats on the water. And Al-Biruni writes back and says, Ya Sheikh, I have broken many flasks and they all explode outward. if what you are saying is true, they would have imploded inwards. This is back in the 11th century. Structure of the water molecule. Now we know through these wonderful new techniques that we have of seeing the crystals, that water molecule is oxygen and 2 atoms of hydrogen, and they are like this, 104.5 degrees. So hydrogens are like elbows sticking out, 2 atoms, and therefore when they stack, when we cool, make water cold, slowly the motion starts to come down, and then it becomes solid. When they become solid, the elbows don't stack properly. We can see them in our images now. But back then they didn't have these techniques. But still, look at the mind. He says they are exploding outwardly. So if we teach our children the structure of water molecule with this story, and then we tell them, just imagine what would happen to the life under the Arctic Ocean if ice went down in winter. What would happen to the marine life? What would happen to a regeneration of life in the oceans? If this singular property of this one liquid upon which life depends, like we cannot have life without water. So this is the metaphysical framework that I was mentioning. Alhamdulillah, you brought this example to my mind. If life could not have happened without water, and if water alone is this molecule in this whole scheme of things, which has this unique property of hydrogen bonding between oxygen and hydrogen atoms, everything else in the same series of periodic table is totally different. H2S is a gas. Sulfur and oxygen are next to each other. Then these things are deep, have deep meanings, and they are enough of a scientific basis to arrive at the conclusion that there is a designer who has, and this is probably also responding to some of your questions as well, the universe is designed, and it's designed by a wise, powerful creator who has all the abilities needed for a creator, and he is the only one who could have designed this enormous cosmos, and the tiniest little grain particle of sand in the sand, this silicon in the desert. And this is so obvious.
Let's take maybe one more question, inshallah. One or two. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakumullah khair. Sheikh, for me, one lesson that I'm taking out today is your comment on the acquisition of knowledge to be able to connect deeply to the Quran, and the fact that you may have to sacrifice certain things in order to acquire that knowledge. What words of encouragement would you share with people like me to get me to start on that path of understanding that I would have to make sacrifices to acquire this deep knowledge that you've been talking about? And then maybe a second question, perhaps to Sheikh Yahya, is on how, I mean, mashallah, Al-Maqasid is doing great. I'm from out of country. I don't live in the United States. What is the institution doing in order to publicize the activities that are being done here? Because, I mean, I've followed a lot of centers and a lot of institutions and scholars, but in terms of pure Islamic knowledge, you tend to find deficiencies some way, somehow, in a lot of what tends to be popular amongst people. So what is the institution doing in order to publicize what is happening here in order for us to get to that desired level of impact where there is awareness and people would sort of revert back to these kinds of institutions where sacred knowledge can be acquired?
I will be very brief, inshallah. Each one of us has a personal journey and a personal relationship with the Quran. And the most effective starting point is to so to speak, look in the mirror and say, these are the questions which are existential questions for me. I really want to know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says about this that has been bothering me for so many years or so many months, or something that is very personal. It could be something like the question of Qadr, for example. The question of for Big Bang could be for somebody. It could be biological evolution. It could be anything that is personal in my understanding of the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What is it that I really deeply want to know, and I feel it's a burning question for me? Then go to the root of that question through the Quranic terms and say, these are the 5 Quranic terms that are related to this particular question that I am deeply interested in knowing. Start building a conceptual understanding of those key terms in the Quran. And there are lots of resources now online, etc. as well. But just to give you the example of creation, for example, this is a very big question for our time. Creation is a very big question. Like, did this Big Bang just happen, and once we have that and everything else follows? Because it's a consistent system that gives us a human being. If you start with the Big Bang, you can very easily reach a human being because it's internally consistent. But the flaw in it is only perceptible if you go into the specificity of the question, because at some point you need to have specific complexity arising from simple cellular life. And that is statistically impossible, as the work of Michael Behe and Dembski and others have shown. That is statistically impossible, because there is a threshold in the domain of statistics after which it's not possible for something to happen. So if that is a question that is bothering me, I would say I'll go into details of creation theme in the Quran. Things like that.
Bismillah. We'll try to summarize in terms of the second part of the question there. I think it would be helpful to answer the question by pointing to the broader ecosystem of, let's just call them traditional Islamic institutions. And I think this is a great blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we see now in this time. Great examples of people who are engaging at a very high level and attempting to pass on our tradition to this generation. And examples like Zaytuna College, Cambridge Muslim College, a number of other seminaries, and a number of other organizations, another under individuals, and who all of them are trying to do their best to be faithful to what it is that they learn, to that live that and to pass that on in our particular time. And undoubtedly different people are going to have different focuses. And alhamdulillah, I think the general trend is that things are moving in a good direction. Certainly there's things that need working on, and there's things that need honing. There's no doubt about that. And I think it's important for everybody to recognize what is their small piece in the 1,000 piece puzzle, or maybe 10,000 piece puzzle that they can contribute, and really focus in on that. And this is what it is that they can do, and not make claims that they're the only ones doing anything, and to respect the various other types of valid methodologies, even if there might be slight acceptable differences within them. But I think the most important thing in this whole thing is that those who are contributing to this be grounded in authentic knowledge, defined as that knowledge that is rooted in a correct understanding, traceable, that back to the Prophet ﷺ himself, and that opens up a huge door to that really understand what that is. But if I look at our own religious and spiritual genealogy in this sense, and our lineage, if you will, that it's a particular route back to the Prophet ﷺ, and it definitely is a tradition defined as it's been passed down from hand to hand, really heart to heart, from generation after generation back to the Prophet ﷺ. And part of authenticity is to be faithful to the tradition that you're attached to. And in this regard, there are a number of landmarks that could be pointed to that are identifiably a part of this tradition. But one of the most important is the way that Al-Maqasid, in its religious genealogy, takes very seriously the scholarship of Hujjat Islam Imam al-Ghazali in particular, that the thrust of his most important work, the Ihya al-Madin, the spirit of his tajdeed, of his that renewal, which could be summarized as he himself coined the term as ilm tariq al-akhirah, the science of the path to the hereafter, which could be roughly explained as the way that someone systematically prepares to meet their Lord. And there's a number of things that stem from that as a result, certain things that you don't necessarily do, but then places of focus and things that you absolutely focus on is the most important thing. And if you have a little bit more time, you can do other things. And one of the clearest examples of that is hoping to remain people-centric. In other words, that this whole affair ultimately is about the transformation of individual souls. And in that regard as well, there's several and many valid methodologies in that regard, but this is something that we hope to focus on, is weaving together a series of different types of programs that the most important are the full-time ones, but then stemming from that various other types of part-time community, and eventually we're going to get more and more into online programming, but not for the sake of programming, not for the sake of spectacle, not for the sake of just doing it, that having intentions behind all of it, they're trying to achieve certain outcomes. And I think we don't want to put the cart before the horse. There's a lot of people who, for various reasons, that, okay, let's just get into online. No, but I think it has to be, and we're very privileged here to have Sidi Mustafa Davis as our executive director, but also as one of the great talents in the film, in the realm of media. And this is something we align totally on, that he's adamant about, is that we don't just do programs for the sake of doing programs online, right? So that people oftentimes say is that, why don't you market your programs more? Why don't you do this more? Why don't you do that more? And that there's reasons why that's the case. And that as we kind of expand into a more online presence, the idea there is that it still have an extended family-like feel to it. And certainly there's things that you put out for general benefit of anyone who wants to benefit from that post or that video or anything of that nature. But I think that the most important thing that we're really interested in, there's branches that stem off of this, is that really helping nurture that individuals and disseminate the prophetic inheritance to as many different people as possible, to as many different age groups as possible. That's right at the heart of everything that it is that we're trying to do. And part of that, of course, is that having conversations such as the one that we're having, and working with people like Dr. Muzaffar and others, to that in a fractured world to help it become reintegrated. And so when people are exposed to all these tendencies that lead to the compartmentalization of religion is that we step back and realize, no, it's all one. All knowledge and reality is one. We don't see these things as separate things. Science is essentially studying the sunnah of Allah Ta'ala on earth. It's studying the manifestation of his names and attributes and his acts in creation and integrating it for people at the level of science, at the level of medicine, at the level of health, and all of these different types of things. And so this to me is an incredibly important part of the student experience, of the learning experience of our goals, which is ultimately to hopefully be a means for people to draw near to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is that you need to have these conversations because people are thinking about these things and to be able to engage them from a religious perspective. So this is just roughly what comes to mind in response to that. And the last thing that I'll say there is our biggest challenge there is people not understanding what they're getting when they come into an environment of now that they're learning, whether it be on a part-time basis or on a full-time basis. The vast majority of people cannot connect the dots, and they don't understand what it is that they're getting. And especially that if they start from the beginning and they have to get through the monotony of basic learning, alif, ba, ta, and they're a grown adult and they might have a master's degree or a bachelor's degree, or they might have experience in another realm, even if they don't have a degree or something like that. But to get them to alif, ba, ta, and to get them to study texts that were meant for children and to endure that and to be patient with that, and to know that there's no way to do what we need to do long term without embodying the prophetic inheritance at a very high level. Studying 5 years, you're just scratching the surface, let alone 3 years, let alone 1 year. Right? You're just scratching the surface. This is a lifelong commitment, but hopefully is that the door will open to get the tools that someone needs to continue their studies with that scholars that throughout the course of their life, but then also to be able to read on their own and to make their own connections, and then that familiarize themselves with various other types of good scholarship that are out there that can help them develop this integrated that perspective and hopefully lead to a holistic life. But I think this is one of the beautiful things that I've always felt that our teachers represent, is this ability through their incredibly close connection directly back to the Prophet ﷺ, is that people can come into their presence, and then this distance of 1400 years and all of these illusions that are between them and obstacles to realizing that can vanish instantaneously from the light that's in their hearts. And I would have thought this was theory unless that I saw it firsthand with my own 2 eyes with my father, who was as typical as an American that you can think from the Midwest. There's very few people in this country that would have had more veils between him and Islam. And one encounter with our teachers, and again, there's a lot of different great teachers who would do the same thing if people came into their presence. We're not saying this is the only manifestation of it, but all of those veils that in one encounter were completely removed, where he was in touch with what Dr. Muzaffar has been describing to us, the truth of these teachings from someone that was as different as could possibly be outwardly. And obviously, we're very imperfect representations of our teachers, but we're doing our best to hopefully represent that here and to bring that here, inshallah, and add, the dimension of formal learning as well, inshallah ta'ala. And hopefully more and more people will be exposed to it and to be convinced that this is really the way forward, and that what we hope that this will lead to at the 10-year mark, at the 25-year mark, at the 50-year mark, and even beyond, a rebirth of that the sciences of revelation, that an internalization of their realities. And then once your heart is colored with the prophetic inheritance, khalas, it's just at that point, it's a natural thing. Any contribution that you make is going to be of true benefit. And that is really the hope, like that the intentions of what could, the hopes of what can be achieved, it's hard to even put into words because there's so much that is possible. That this is what we have to put in place, though, for that to happen. And so that's really the bulk of our time is hopefully spent on that, inshallah ta'ala. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us tawfiq, and it will be of benefit. And that the individuals that come into this environment and in others, that these realities will be internalized within them, and then they'll be positioned to make principled contributions defined as having their Iman, Islam, and Ihsan realized to various degrees within themselves, and then making contributions of various sorts from the grassroots to maybe even the political level and anywhere in between, inshallah. We can bring it to a close, Dr.
Brief
Maqasid.
comment. There's a conversation with Professor Wolfgang Smith on CIS website, which I would encourage all students to listen to. What's extraordinary is he's a professor at Princeton and considered to be one of the foremost philosophers in the Western world now, Christian. And Dr. Muzaffar is discussing evolution and how Muslims have begun to now fall into the same evolutionary problems and trying to justify Darwinian evolution through Qur'an. And you can see the disappointment that comes on his face. And then he says, I am sad to hear that because I thought Muslims were the only one left standing still against this. That's one. And the second most powerful thing he said, it's been a long time I've been in contact with any Muslim. But the one thing that he remembered, which was extraordinary, we think that we need to show them some extraordinary things to impact. He said, I was standing at an airport, sitting in an airport lounge, and I remember the sun went down or something. He said, this man sitting right next to me got up, and in a moment he became detached to everything and everybody in that lounge, and he put his prayer rug down and he started remembering. That's the thing that impacted this world-class philosopher, just the 2 rak'ah of salah. And he said, I was just so impressed that he is detached. It took him a minute to detach from everything. And he just started praying. He remembered that from years ago. That's all he remembered. That's the beauty of the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that he has left with us. These simple acts, and we think, so many Muslims don't think much of them, but this is, and the last thing is that image, which tells a lot about the state. I think I sent that image to you. It's an image of, if you go to the University of Alberta in Canada, it's an image in the library that has 5 volumes of Brill's flawed Encyclopedia of the Quran. On its right side is a multi-volume Encyclopedia of the Quran written by 2 Hindu authors, one of them who is a horticulturist, and other is a management specialist. And in the middle is a single volume of IEQ. And we thought we would label that image saying, longing for its companions. And so if you're a student, undergrad or grad student, and I'm sure the same scenario is in every library in the Western Hemisphere. If you went there, that's all you will get. And so whose responsibility is it to present the true perspective of Islam and the perspective of the Quran?
I think that's a good segue into really thanking Dr. Muzaffar. And he's not going to like me saying this, but in an age where the fancier that your YouTube videos are and the more creative that your Instagram posts are, the more likes that you get, people don't tend to realize who the true people of Allah are and who the true bearers of the religion are. And that we quite literally have one of the great luminaries and scholars and proponents and defenders of the deen of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that right before us. And were people only to know who's here, you wouldn't have enough space in this hall. But this is just the nature of people. It is what it is. Even if it was a little bit last minute in terms of us getting it out due to our executive passing of the mother of our executive director, may Allah have mercy upon her soul. but that Dr. Muzaffar is really one of the great luminaries of our time, and someone that I've benefited from and continue to benefit from immensely, and someone that I feel we're very much in need to learn from him and to sit before him and to receive what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed him with, and all of the knowledge that he has and the way that he's integrated it and the incredible ability that he has to articulate it and to clarify for us the path. So I'm really looking forward to engaging with Dr. Muzaffar more and more as we move forward, and really hoping that he can take a much more active role in helping us develop our curriculum here and to grant us, give us oversight for what it is that we're doing. And I'm hoping that we can, inshallah ta'ala, have him come more often, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah ta'ala. So, mashallah, jazakumullah khair, Sayyidi. Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate you. That this is just a small token of our appreciation. We just have something that is not too, but we just wanted to gift you a little something here. It's a book in there, a book printed on the Khasais, and just a little. Appreciate it, inshallah. And the good thing is, my next door neighbor, Dr. Waqas, has a direct connection. So, mashallah, I'm surrounded by two neighbors. One was the means for us to come to Allentown, and the other one was the means, mashallah, to bring Dr. Muzaffar. So I'm very blessed. And they're married to sisters on top of all that, mashallah. Alhamdulillah. I have the best of neighbors, mashallah. Allah has privileged me and blessed me greatly. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khair. So we're just going to ask Dr. Muzaffar to end with a dua for us, inshallah.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم افتح لنا أبواب رحمتك يا رب العالمين. يا الله أنت حليم كريم عظيم تحب العفو فاعف عنا يا كريم. اللهم انصر إخواننا في فلسطين يا رب العالمين وفي كل مكان. اللهم أنت شافي اشفي صدورنا وبطوننا من كل داء يا رب العالمين. رب اغفر وارحم أنت خير الراحمين. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.